Alright, my dudes, we are back with some more Kerbal Space Program today. Almost finished with our launch tower. Actually would have been finished with it yesterday, but we had an idea to try and connect our tower to our launch pad so that we could easily transfer Kerbals from the elevator straight into the capsule and kind of cut down on the monotony of the Walk of Fame as it is, taking the Kerbals all the way down the ramp and climbing them into the capsule one by one. I was trying to avoid that just for the sake of monotony. I mean, it's cool and all, but it's not, doing it 4 times in a row is like, it would be nice to be able to skip 3 of them. Unfortunately, we hit a little snag. So, well, we hit a few snags, actually. So, after we connected, and this may actually be pointing towards the same issue that we have on the space station when we go to like remove cargo from our payload bay on our shuttles. It gets stuck in there for no apparent reason, and I've been blaming AutoStrut because it just seems to me to be the most likely culprit for this kind of thing. And I expect the same thing is going on here, that after we connect this piece here to the tower, or to the launch pad, some kind of autostrut happens and it holds everything in place. And we proved that yesterday at the end of the stream by launching our shuttle without connecting. It's exactly the same shuttle, exactly the same build, and the only difference is that we didn't extend this Daco Jr. to connect the tower to the pad. And we were able to, when we didn't do that, we were able to lift off no problem, with the exception of a few problems, but that had nothing to do with this, just some other issues that we need to nail down. Now, so, boy, that is really cold. Brr. The tower, the launch pad won't let go of our shuttle after this connects to it. In the same sort of way, that our cargo gets stuck. There are no auto struts on this whatsoever. It's completely clean. So essentially what's happening when we connect the Daco Jr. to our pad, it basically is like refreshing the vehicle and all the stuff attached to the vehicle, and that's when some mysterious auto strut goes rogue and it fouls up the whole lot. What do you think? Well, let's see. Is there anything that we wanted to do to this specifically? I don't think that there is. I think this thing is more or less just completely finished. We'll take this off if we're not going to use it in the end, but Damn, that sure would be nice to have. That would be super cool. But let's test a little bit of this stuff and see maybe we can solve this issue. So we take off our reticles before we launch and go ahead and put it on the pad to get pushed off of the pad, and then we can retract the access arm. If we were to go in, there's definitely an auto strut that's on the shuttle itself, which has got to be causing this problem. Okay, go ahead and retract the access arm. Possibly hold on to it. The only thing I'm thinking of is maybe the launch clamps. I mean, the launch clamps are staging properly. Staging is absolutely not an issue. It only happens after we redock something to it. Okay, so let's take a look at let's go ahead and get our shuttle program open. Now, let's kind of root around here and take a look at some of the auto strutting that's happening during this project. The base now should not have any... Oh wait, it actually is. That auto strutting should not be doing anything though. I suspect this for some reason, but it's to the root. Is there a chance that I can see the auto strutting in here? I can, okay. Alright, take a look at that. There's your Hitler. Yeah, these guys right here, they're strutting through and actually connecting to the solid fuel boosters. And then there's these guys right here. I don't know if that's actually... It was pointing to it, but it's actually, these are going to this. That still doesn't look right. It doesn't make sense why it would do that. And what part are we talking about here? It's got to be this. So if we just remove that... couple of others here. Should have a couple of others. Let's see outside. Here we go. did feel as though these could have been possibly what was getting held back. The SRBs. Nothing else is going up to there now. It's all clean as far as the two apparatuses are specifically, like, they're separated, or they appear to be separated. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're actually good to save this right here. We removed those one struts, and it does in fact look somewhat clean now. I don't think that we solved it there. I really do not. But anyway, we'll save the project right here. We're gonna get rid of that that reticle and put this thing on the pad legit. And we need to observe what happens after we connect the launch tower and the pad together. So okay, we've got our reticle out, the Kerbals are out. Go ahead and launch this thing. And we'll just observe our auto strutting right after we connect the basically we'll call it the power coupling. So after we connect the power coupling, then we'll take a look at the auto struts and see what changed. And that might point us towards a culprit. Alright, so here it sits, and it's still all cool. Everything looks exactly the same way as it did in the VAB. Alright, so if we switch on over to our launch tower now and extend the power coupling wire. Another thing that we had noticed, and I realized exactly what happened, we ran out of fuel yesterday. When we went to test this because of this glitch here, we went ahead and launched this without hooking this on to test whether or not this would actually work, and it totally does. However, we ran out of fuel, so something changed our fuel priority, and it hit me like a ton of bricks last night that as soon as we put like these fuel ducts, these yellow hoses, that's like the second we put that on, that's when it kind of wrecked our fuel priorities. So that makes sense to me, and we can come back and fix that pretty simply. We just got to bring it back into the VAB and make sure everything is cleaned up. And whether or not it's going to redo the fuel priorities again it shouldn't. When we connect the Daco Juniors together on the power coupling, that shouldn't screw up our fuel priorities, but something happens again, that would definitely be our first suspect. Alright, so coupling is in place. We go ahead and we extend this guy on out. Oh, it's not far enough. Oh wait, it's just slow. Okay, I'll connect here in a second. There it goes. Alright, got a little bit of bouncy on the pad here, but that's no big deal. Now, aha! Looky what we have here. Yes, our struts absolutely changed, and it is totally holding. Whoa, how did that happen? Oh, okay, so now everything that is... What exactly... Let's see here. There's got to be this one here. It's set to root. Really? Huh. Okay, so everything that I totally did not expect. So if it's set to root, which is something I thought would have been safe, is absolutely not correct. Root is not helping us. Root is the ones that are actually... I suspected heaviest the whole time. I cannot believe this. Wow. Okay, so... grandparent. No way. The stuff that was to root. Wow. Insane. Okay, so we got some parts evidently inside here. Yeah, our flight computer. Now that's actually set to heaviest. Is that... Let's see here when we piddle with the strut controls, what happens. So we're on auto strut heaviest part. And if we remove that to root... Okay, so show me heaviest. Heaviest is in fact still causing a problem. No, heaviest is not. Actually, heaviest is going over here. And it's only root that's going to that Daco Jr. So heaviest is safe. Root is not. Wow, that's... I'm blown away with that. Let's see. This is really good news for us, though. Oh yeah, it is without a doubt that root. That one's heaviest, but that's not that part either. Okay, that's heaviest. There's a root. That won't work. Okay, watch this. Yep, sure enough. In fact, that one's really whack. Take that to heaviest. Okay, and that was the main tank that we were dealing with there. Let's see, we got some of these guys back here that are heaviest. The tail is heaviest. Looks like we still got about 5 more struts that are causing a problem. Here we go. There's one right there. Looks like... I expect as well, when we get rid of these root struts that are going rogue on us, that we will have cured the problem of the docking port, the forward docking port. Had an issue with pretty much anything that we launch that's bolted to the forward docking port and not the aft docking port, that we have this kind of issue that it gets stuck in there. Like I was saying earlier, it's the same issue, just different stuff involved. How about the inside one? Is that... It's gonna be... That's heaviest. Okay, that's cool. This docking port here, that's heaviest. Okay. There's a problem. Okay, how about this guy here? That's heaviest. What about the... now, the piston here shouldn't be anything. We're close. We've got 3 left. Looks like maybe this beam up here. Yep. There we go. Get that to heaviest. Now we'll have to find these. We'll have to find these in the VAB and redo them so that we can get the project kind of static. Okay, I see one more. Is it the bay? It is. What do you know? Big culprit there, huh? Alright, so it looks clean. There should be nothing left to hold this sucker in place. It totally looks clean. This should work. Okay, let's take a look. Closing the payload bay doors now. And let's turn off the auto strutting. Now this thing should be able to take off. So let's see it. Guidance is internal. Almost internal. There we go. Staging is green. All right. Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start. I'll just kind of hover it here. All right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let go. And it's still not going anywhere. It's still stuck. Okay, before it actually starts tearing things up, now how do we go to that? Is that, yeah, okay, here we go. So unfortunately it doesn't show us our struts when we're in this view here. But this time, as opposed to last time, the launch clamps actually did let go, or at least they animated that they let go, whereas the previous attempt that it got held in place did not. Should be no reason that this thing does not take off. Bring us on down over here. Can I change? I can't change the camera either. Okay, what's this? I swear there's nothing grabbing. There are no struts that are doing anything wrong. Everything looks right to me. Why it doesn't let go of the damn thing after we do that is still a mystery. Boy, we had a really good culprit there. I thought that we were making progress. About the only thing else that we can do at this point that I can see would be to go through all of these parts and just get rid of all of that. Or if we have something that is grandparent part that is actually, of course the strut would, I would think, move, but still there seems to be something that is, if it's root, then I could see how the game would consider that, like, the launch clamp is the root, right? And it pulls it all the way through, and it might not look as though it's actually doing, it's going to any of the launch clamps, something like that. All right, well, I guess bring it into the VAB, and the only thing I can think of really at this point that we can do is just go through and try and remove all of the auto strutting from our shuttle completely, and then test that. Just come back to it completely cleano and see if that will render a result of any kind of stripe. And maybe we can work on that result. But this was very telling that it totally changed anything that was root from where it is right now, which is nice and clean, to, you know, going to this Daco Junior. Bang. Like, that is so utterly wrong. Now these things here, they're all... I didn't even see. What the hell? What? What are these ones here? Where is that? Uh-huh. Okay, grandparent. Aha. These? No. What the? That's the outside. No. It's got to be the outside. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright, so the base is completely clean. Got these ones down here. I'm not going to mess with those. I mean, there's no way. But if that's still causing problems, then we'll go in and we'll get rid of those. Yeah, let's keep going here. Unfortunately, we won't be able to save any of this, but we will be able to test with this. So everything that's heaviest, which is pretty much, okay. I think you need more launch clamps? Nah. I'm guessing you're being facetious. A lot of these clamps, well, it's, we got a lot of cosmetic stuff going on here, so I didn't just slap them on there like mayonnaise for no reason. There is a purpose, even though it seems excessive, and it is excessive. It's excessive for the purpose that you would think that we'd use them for, but we're using a lot of this stuff in a cosmetic way. Just to make it look cool. Gotta be the gear inside of the, you know, all of our equipment in here. Yeah, sure enough. Do. These are clean. Okay. So it looks like some more innards here. It's got to be these fuel tanks. There's a few fuel tanks in here. Quite a few fuel tanks that are kind of just jammed in here. Oh, there's one. Nothing else in there. Let's kind of mosey on over this direction. Okay, those are clean. The one thing I fear is if we built this with a reaction wheel cluster, then that can be extremely, like, probably impossible, I mentioned it, to unstrut if we have it stacked on itself too heavily. I don't know. Not seeing a reaction wheel cluster. Well, we have quite a few of them left, though. What are we looking at here? Ooh, that actually... Oh, right. Because we changed it out in the... It is also possible, too, I would think, not very likely, but I'm kind of envisioning a small percentage of a chance that if we were to remove just the struts for the root, because they're the ones that go rogue, and then at the point when those struts would have gone rogue, then it's possible that everything else would be a-okay. Even though, after the fact, we went in and we broke those struts specifically. may have still held on to them. Okay, that's going to... That doesn't make much sense, does it? What is this? What is the... How can those things... There's no struts on those, and there's no strut on the engine. What the hell are these two big struts? There's nothing in here. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you know what those probably... Those are the auto strut, the heaviest auto strut on the landing gear, which we can't actually do anything with. Okay, let's go ahead and clean up the junk in the nose. Should be a fair amount of stuff in here. And there's still one thing in here that's got a strut. Is it the cone? No. And again, that actually could be the forward. Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, it's definitely it. Okay, so there's... Alright, so we got some stuff inside here. Our main root point. Yeah, here we are. Really? No auto strut on that root part. Okay. Okay. Okay, we still got one more root part. At least one more, actually. It looks like two. One up here. Aha. Okay, so looks like there's another route in here. Is that the tank? Yeah, here we go. I see one more piece. Looks like it's got a root. Let's follow that. Oh, I lost it. Okay, it's right there. Going to that triangle, which is buried right in the center. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of stuff buried in here. No. I see the reaction wheel right here. Can't seem to... Is that it? Yeah, that was it. And it's clean. Okay, so... How are we doing here? Yeah, we still got one route back there. You can see it, this line going down into there. What could it be? Oh, what do you know? It's actually the main tank. All right. Okay, there you go. That's all right, we're starting to look really clean now. This strut, that's the landing gear. Should have 2 struts going off to those SRBs from the aft landing gear. And the rest of these, let's see if we can't find them. Would that be the parachutes, perhaps? No. Something in a two-way symmetry back here. Aha. All right. Which also leads me to these wings out here. Let's take a look at some of the wing stuff. Looks clean. Looks like we may still have some stuff to the innards of our Leonardo module. Looks clean though. That, and then its little docking port thing. It's all clean. Let's creep inside this thing. Maybe there's something hiding. Not seeing anything though. That's the landing gear. Can't find this sucker here. I'm not... Whatever this big ass strut right there is, I don't know what it could be. But it's going to heaviest. Pretty sure I can't strut this. Yeah, actually we can strut that item, but it's not a problem. The little grid on our ohms cluster. Maybe this thing back here. Oh, hey. There we go. Looks like 2 things aft still. Okay, so we still got 2 things left inside here. Yeah, we've got... Okay, we can pretty clearly see the reaction wheel cluster, and that is without a doubt, yep, there it is. Oh wait, we want... Yeah, there we go. Take that off. So trying to select individual reaction wheels in a cluster. Ooh, got lucky there. Can often be impossible to get, because if one's exactly on top of another, which is kind of the whole point. Very difficult to take care of. Yeah, it's gotta be the cluster. There's probably one reaction wheel that's just like impossible to get. We may find, I mean, I would think if we go into our craft file, we could possibly unstrut this thing. Just, unflag all of the parts as being, I don't know exactly, we've never done that before, but that might be a way of really nipping this thing in the bud. But I no longer see anything that's going to the root. Everything here is quite clearly going to the heaviest part. So we have, looks like 2 reaction wheels stuck back here that are possibly going to the heaviest, and then the gear is locked. There's no, you can't change that at all. While we're in here and we've got this, we're actually dealing with struts, and we ironically have this like bay full of rogue struts. They can't, they're not doing anything. I'm absolutely positive of that, but we'll delete them anyway because they're pretty ugly. That's an ugly little setup. But yeah, it looks as though we've got 3 items left that are going to the heaviest that I can't seem to get my hands on. One is in the Leonardo module. Can't get a hold of it. What could it possibly be? Attach a temporary heaviest part to help see what's hiding one. Well, see, here's the thing. I know what it is. It's just impossible to click on. An old technique of ours has been, if you need more reaction wheel, or you feel as though you need more reaction wheel, we'll make a cluster of them, and then we'll just kind of stack them on top of each other. And that's not good for this. If we go through and we like make them heaviest, you know, strut to the heaviest and then stack them, then it's like impossible to click on something that's exactly on top of another thing. Like, we can be here all day clicking on it and never get it, and be looking directly at it. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. There's definitely 2 clusters, or two in this cluster down here that we could click all day and never get them. Be staring straight at them. So we know where they are. We know what they are. We just can't click them. This X is probably the most worrying thing that we have at this point. Now that's actually happening because this is going to the heaviest over there, and vice versa, and then back. Okay, so that actually, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Going for one more thing, if I could. So I see 2 Yeah, 2 things. We've got 2 things left. Everything else is explained perfectly by the landing gear. So yeah, we've only got these 2. Yeah, there's no way, man. We know where they are, we know what they are. We would just have to get super duper lucky clicking them that we got the actual perfect angle to see it, or have our cursor select it and not one of the 4 or 5 other wheels that are in the same cluster. So you can see them right here, and that flickering, that's them clipping through themselves. See, right here's your Hitler, and here. That's them for sure. Oh, hey, we got it. Lucky. One more. We've got one more. No, there's still 2 down there. Well, you know what? Actually, it could be all of them for all we know, because since they're stacked exactly on top of each other, then we're seeing 2 lines, but that's actually representing 1 strut effectively. But those are also going to be stacked, so yeah, it could be every one of them. Come on, lucky. Roll some dice here, come on. Big money, come on. Yeah, this is otherwise a bad thing to do. Certainly. I mean, stacking reaction wheels, if you do it right and you layer them so that you can actually, in the end, select them. Now, here's something we could do. We know what they are, and if we're really, I mean, we're kind of still just, because we can't save this project because our reticle is gone. So all of this work that we've done here is kind of crap, but it will show us something. We can go ahead and put this on the pad right now and actually probably observe a tangible result. But if we're really gung-ho, we could just go ahead and go in there, grab those reaction wheels, and actually pull them out, and then redo it, which is actually, that would be the smart way. Just get rid of them, and then bring them back in clean. And that would be, but let's see what we've got here, since we've, I mean, we pretty much got it cleaned up. Everything here is quite clearly pointing towards heaviest. We've got no more going to the root, which was the big problem. And I can't see how one of these things going to the heaviest could actually cause a problem anyway, because the landing gear, it's locked as heaviest. You cannot change this. You cannot at all change this strut. So, like, it would seem to me that anything else that's heaviest should be safe. But let's see. Let's find out what we've done here, if anything. Yeah, we can't save this, so just go ahead and pop it on the pad. If we observe a result, then that's progress. Rotate the blocking wheel tempo to see the others. Yeah, see, like I said, we could just grab them and sort of move them, or I like my idea better, just grab them and pull them out. Because that, you know, you got all of them are kind of connected to one root part, so I just go in there and just start tearing them out. The only thing that I worry about is that we have, since this is systems built on systems, that if there's something that is, such as the ohms computer or the reentry computer, that really have a specific placement, and they happen to be connected to the I lost my train of thought there. Totally. Completely gone. Oh my god. Too many things on the brain. Yeah, let's just go ahead and try this. We're gonna leave that thought drifting out there in the breeze. It's gone. Our train of thought just completely wrecked there. I don't know. That's funny. All right, let's try this. No, hold on. We have to switch this over so that we can extend the power coupling. Yeah, it'd just be easiest to grab the reaction wheels and yank them out, but okay, we found our train of thought. We're back on our train of thought. So if there are things built on top of those reaction wheels and they need a specific placement, and we grab those reaction wheels, rip them out, it's also going to pull any parts that are actually connected on top of it, as and it's using, you know, those as their root part. Then we would have to redo like the ohms computer angles and stuff like that, which can be a real pain. Like those angles, we agonized over trying to get it exactly right, so that we could cut through the center of mass wherever it may be, for varying payload weights and whatnot. So it could be a real pain in the ass. But if we have nothing else, if we cannot solve the problem anywhere else, then we may resort to doing that. Because it will, you can't deny, that will like nip it in the bud. Alright, so here we go, getting the power coupling coming up on its target. Alright, extend this sucker on over. Okay, there it's connected. We get our little shimmy. Alright, get rid of the force. And notice this. Okay, it's re-strutted. But again, nothing is touching. Like, everything should be clean. Alright, so let's take a look. Let's see how we do. So over here, get rid of the torque on that. Alright, let's see it. Will it work this time with the very bare bones auto strutting? Okay, let's get up the wheel. Staging is green. Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit me. And does it lift off? Nope, it's still being freaking held, man. How is that a thing? Wow. Dude, that sucks. Okay, well so it didn't render any result. I am really shocked at that. I am utterly shocked. Yeah, it's still causing problems. Still causing problems. There's no auto strutting at all on that vehicle. It's so bizarre. Game sure is doing some funky stuff. Can't figure that one out. Same issue as the payload getting stuck in the bay. There's no explanation for it. There's none, except for that the game is glitching out. But how do we stop it from glitching out? What do you think? What do you think? Is there any way, shape, or form of solving this? Any way at all? Any way at all? I don't think so. I honestly do not see any solution whatsoever.
Ignition sequence start.
452, thank you for that follow. Structural red stuff can be buggy. By red stuff you mean the launch clamps? No, it's not the clamps. It's an auto strut, I guarantee it. 100%. See right here, it's just not showing it. It's doing it, but it's not showing it. There's an invisible auto strut
Ignition sequence
that refuses to let go, and it also refuses to connect. See, it's the thing that the game is glitching out. The point of glitch is very clear. It's when we hook up the power coupling. As soon as we hook up the tower to the launch pad, that's your point of failure, because all of this works with the struts, mind you. With our current strutting system, not touching it at all, this thing will lift off clean and perfect from the pad without issue. But the second that we click this onto that, it's like flipping a switch. This causes the problem. But there's no auto struts over here at all. This thing's completely clean. We never even joked about putting auto strutting on the tower itself. It's absolutely and utterly clean. So but the game gets confused after the root part changes, which is what's happening here. As soon as we dock with this, the root part clearly changes to over here, and that's when the auto strutting nonsense it gets really super confused. What we might do, I think we've ran this problem into the ground, as well as our rocket. But yeah, I don't see, there is, at this point, as far as we are in the game physics and what the game is giving us to work with, this problem cannot be solved, period. However, we might be able to go into the game file and remove just completely clean this entire thing, and then bring it in and maybe attack it again. But I'm not going to do that today. We're going to continue on with a bit of mission, because we've been working on this and chasing this problem down for, well, months. This is obviously is not just, well, it has always been just the shuttle. But we've had this problem on several different fronts, and there's just absolutely nothing that we can do. We've tried so many things, and there's just nothing that we can do that actually produces any result whatsoever. It's a glitch that we cannot do anything about. So let's continue on, and instead what we're going to do here is revert this back into the assembly. We're going to reload our project, and instead of having we know where the point of failure is, we're just going to not do that. Unfortunately, I wanted to have one walk of fame with our Kerbal. I wanted to have 3 Kerbals go directly into the cockpit, and that's how we wanted our stuff to go down. But that's just, it's not going to happen until we open the game file and find this problem and actually nip it in the bud. So, moving forward with what we can do in the game, let's go ahead and reopen our shuttle program. Let's see here. We're looking for X5A, X5C. Here we go. Okay, reload this guy so we get our reticle. And we're no longer chasing down this auto strut problem, as it is beyond the capability of being solved in the physical world that we currently occupy. So, instead what we're going to work on is we've got there's actually a couple things that I do want to do here in reference to that same sort of problem, but we're just going to do this really quickly just to kind of knock them out, because strutting to the root has clearly become like something we should not do. So we're going to go in and find our root struts and change them to heaviest. If nothing else, that's kind of one thing that we can do. And in doing this, we might actually be able to solve the problem of the forward docking port. See, this is another thing. Launching. See how we've got the Leonardo module here in the back, and it's docked right here. Any payload that we connect up here has the same effect that we're having on the launch pad, where it just refuses to let go, even though there's no reason it shouldn't be letting go. We had that same issue forever with the forward docking port. If we put something in here, it's impossible to get out after we dock the shuttle to something. So the only way we found to actually get it out of here is to either break the connection with a Kerbal and Kerbal attachment system, or to undock the payload before we dock to, say, the International Space Station. It's the only way. Again, the point of failure being as soon as we dock to something, it just, bang, there you go. As soon as we dock to something, problem, instant, unfixable. Just, you're done at that point. The second you dock with something, you're screwed. Which, I'm not gonna lie, is extremely irritating. It's so mega irritating. But what do you do, you know? I mean, what do you do? Nothing you can do. I can complain forever about how shitty the Unity engine is, and why it's a travesty that they're using it in the first place, and it's even more a travesty that they're plugging that they're going to use it again on the sequel to this game, which is laughable. utterly laughable. Where did these struts come from? Yeah, root. We want to get rid of anything root. Definitely. Root is no bueno. Which I would have. I'm utterly shocked to find that the root part was actually behaving that way. Or the root auto strut was behaving that way. It's like, very, very bizarre. Yeah, go ahead and show us the auto strutting again. We're looking for just the nasty little like that right there. That's no. Oh right, those things on the one side, those are all root. That's right, I remember. Okay, let's go heaviest on those. No, that's the other way, right? Was that it? That's... Where's our root part? It's down here. There it is. Alright, the root part is clean. Okay, so the root part is clean. Our reticle is still on board. Okay, so we are good to go ahead and save this project here. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, now, let's go ahead and remove the reticle, and we're gonna get just a launch, just to kind of, I want to see this thing take off from that damn pad because we've been working on it a lot, and it's, I just want to see something. I just want to see something. I don't, even if we don't go anywhere. I just want to see something work. Because I know it works. I want to see it. But before we can see it, I need to be able to see that damn... that right there. Okay. Out you go. Reticle. Okay, make sure all the kerbals are out. Get out of there. Out, 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 and hit me. So all of our systems can still work. We just won't, we'll have to do the Walk of Fame with all of the crew will have to get their own Walk of Fame, which is, you know, it is what it is. I didn't want it to be monotonous, but it is what it is. There's nothing we can do. I tried, guys. I tried. Reagan, I tried, man. Linux Guru Gamer, I'm trying. Ultra, I'm sorry, brah. Forfa2, what can I tell you? You know? Dudes, you know, what do you do? But anyway, our system as it sits the way we had originally designed and we were planning on using it totally works. Our tower is still cool, ready to rock and roll. We could go ahead and put this all on the pad and say we're in a live scenario. Go over and get Gunther in our Gunther's van, load it up full of our crew, drive them on over, take our new route, which is no longer climbing the hill. We go ahead and drive over to this road, over here, drive over here, and then come back down on this road. And then we can go ahead and climb into this building, which will have an elevator, takes us up here. We go ahead and extend our orbiter access tunnel over there, and then they can do their walk of fame. Gunther gives them all of their good luck Gunther parts, and then they're ready for launch. So let's go ahead and do that now, just to, like I said, do something and see some kind of result, because I'm a little bit antsy here. I gotta see something work. Okay, so let's limit this sucker to 58, not 585. 58 will just do. All right, ascent guidance is programmed, staging is green, guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off the way it's supposed to. Like I said, see? It all works. It's just, what can I do, guys? Anyway, there we go. We got ourselves a little launch going on here. 25 meters a second, approaching our first maneuver, which is the roll at 60 meters a second. 40, 45, 50. Rolling 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are go for roll. And that scary blast. I forget about that as well. Okay, we are go for throttle up. We are go for pitch. Hit me. So yeah, all of our stuff works. It's just, man, we're so close to getting it just the way we want it. Do you have any parts, any struts to the heaviest part? Oh yeah. Yeah, we do, but I mean, it's got to be something like that. Well, honestly, actually, to put a fine point on it, the landing gear, always, you cannot, it's always heaviest. So, you know, if there's one thing on the craft that could be causing it, and it's to a heaviest part, then like, what's stopping it from being the landing gear? You know what I mean? Okay, we're approaching Mach 2. There it is, Mach 2, and first stage booster flame out separation and computer override. Here we go, and flame out separation, computer override engaged. Oh, also, here's another thing, that since we put the fuel ducts on that Daco port in order to try and, like, well, make the power coupling thing that we're working on, it changed our fuel priority, so we need to go into the VAB and fix that. We're currently burning our fuel. In fact, it's already gone, which is wrong. This should not be 0. It popped it back to a fuel priority of 0. So, yeah, this is fouled. However, I'm happy to see it. Let's get a little abort going on here. Boom, let go. Ah, look at this. Interesting. Is it an abort scenario that we have not really considered? An abort after the fact, or after the solid fuel boosters have gone. I was a little bit worried about that kind of thing, that we might. Of course, the engines are set to shut down. Of course, if we were, yeah, all right, we would need to throttle back for that to have actually been successful, because we would have still had fuel. It would be dumping fuel to give us our static weight so that we could land after an abort sequence, but there still would be fuel, and these engines light so that we can get a little, well, we can have thrust, that last little kind of emergency thrust, you know, to get us back to the runway in the event of an abort sequence. But that thrust of these our OHM's engines in that crucial moment when we actually pull the trigger could accidentally thrust us into our tank after it's separated, and that would be a no bueno situation. Anyway, let's go ahead and take this thing back into the VAB, and we can at least fix that. We can fix the fuel priority. Okay, so fuel priority of 1. Wow, it really botched it, didn't it? And then it put this to, what, like -20 at one point? It's at 10. Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense. Those are turned off, so they don't matter. Yeah, that's whack. Again, those are the emergency ones. It doesn't matter the fuel priority on those. That's emergency. Okay, that's alright. Goody gumdrops. Now, gotta find our tanks in here. Yeah, we've got plenty of things in here that are strut to the heaviest, but clearly it's got to be something to do with one of those. Anyway, I'm done chasing that problem for today. Enough's enough. Okay, and that one's cool. So we should just have the main sucker at 0, and then we should have 2. Right, 2 of these, yeah, and that's, okay, brought to 0. That should be fine. Is there any more in here? There should be more in here. Maybe not. Maybe that was it. 10. No. No. Okay, got some, and now that flashing there, that's our reaction wheel clusters. I think that might be all of it. I think that's all of it. By the way, welcome everybody to the stream. If you guys are new here, be sure to hit the follow button. If you would like to support the channel, you can do so by scrolling down and finding the links to our Twitter and our YouTube channel, giving us a subscribe and a follow on that. We appreciate all of the support, and if you really want to go the extra mile, you can drop some bits on our head. Give us a subscribe. And I welcome everybody here to the stream here on Christmas Eve 2020. This horrible freaking year is almost over. I'll bet a lot of people are happy about that. Okay, now this, let's go ahead and bring this fuel priority, like, well, we put the other ones to 0 just to be absolutely certain that this is going to burn the way we want. Let's just go omega stupid on this. Let's just take this thing out to the like plus 30, right? Like, it's definitely gonna burn first now, yeah? Like, regardless, if we'd missed a tank down here, this is still gonna do what we need it to do. Yeah, plus 30, baby, go! Okay. That should be all the more that we need to do. Sorry, new here, tried nothing but grandfather, struts, no heaviest, no root. Yeah, it's a smart thing to do. The auto root system, boy, it can do some bizarre things. Like, I've seen it take pieces and, like, fold them? I mean, it can do so obscure, bizarre stuff that doesn't make the slightest bit of sense. So if you can avoid using auto struts, then absolutely, you totally should. That was a mistake of ours going into this and with the auto struts, but it's really a thing for when we dock to the International Space Station that I didn't want there to be any chance of us krakening. So that's really why we're in the predicament that we are. But yeah, this thing should be good. Oh, damn, our reticle's gone. Stupid. Well, we can't save this. Son of a bitch. We'll have to reload it. God damn. We're way past our project here. Alright, here we go. This is what we're after. Gimme. Alright, our reticle's on. Now we can make changes. Now, instead of, like, finding that crap again, we're just gonna do what we know is, gonna nip the problem in the bud. Change this sucker way the hell up. Be big time. Omega, burn first. You burn first. And you burn first. I think there's only 3. Okay. Our reticle's on board. We're good to save. Okay, go ahead and save that. And we'll see if we can actually get this shuttle into orbit with fuel and everything. And then once we've got that ironed out, then we'll come back in and we're going to build our module. Finally get onto our module, which is Columbus. That's where we're at right now on our International Space Station build, is the $2 billion Columbus module. Pretty fancy module indeed. What else did we need there? We got the save. Okay, let's go in here, get rid of the reticle. Don't kill the Kerbals, just get them out of there. Kick the Kerbals out. and then kill the reticle. Okay, there's your reticle. Okay, get rid of that. Alright. Hit me. I have a little problem. I can't select my craft in the VAB. I wedged it outside. Can you recenter it without selecting it? Not to my knowledge. You can grab the whole thing if you can collect on any one of the parts. If you hold shift, it will grab the whole vessel, and then you can try and bring it back into the VAB. But yeah, it's quite possible if you accidentally push your rig out of the VAB that you can lose access to it. You can't grab it anymore, or at least I've had that problem. I know there should be a way that you can get the root part, I think, perhaps. I'm not sure. LGG might know. You know if there's a way to actually select the craft without actually clicking on it? Is there a hotkey to do that? Does anybody know? Anybody in chat? Alright, let's give this a go. Let's see if we can actually get ourselves a full working system that we can actually get a little bit of progress on here today. We're looking for a throttle limit of 58. Alright. Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit me. Yeah, our pad takes a bit of a pummeling. It's tough, it can take it. $50 meters. And we are go for roll. Okay, roll complete. We are go for throttle up. Approaching 100 meters a second. 110. We are go for pitch. Looks great, doesn't it, though? We had a troll come into the chat the other day, and as we were building our pad, asked, why are you going through all of this? Just why? It's like, gee, I wonder. My immediate answer was, because it's awesome. Like, I honestly didn't realize he was trolling me at the time. It's like, what? Can't be serious. Alright, we are Mach 2 coming up on first stage SRB flame out separation. Main computer override. Separation override. Complete. Alright, how's our fuel? Is it burning properly? Yeah, it looks good now. We're a little bit deep, where we should be just a tiny bit higher here, but this is okay. This will get us to orbit. We have an exorbitant amount of fuel in this external tank, so much so that we could actually take the tank all the way into orbit if we wanted to, but I mean, obviously you don't want to do that because you're going to end up with trash in orbit. It's like asking, why are you even playing this game? Yeah, pretty much. Like, okay, so what, you want me to just build a bare bones shuttle, throw all of the stuff in it, and just like speed run to build the ISS? Like, what fun is that? Like, we'd been done with the ISS months ago if we'd have done that. Been like, well, what now? Well, I'll tell you what now. This is what now. You want to go end game? This is what you do. This is the end game. Yeah, it was a pretty stupid comment. Alright, we're 180 going to 270. You can see we're not actually aiming for real targets. Should just probably put on there. Simulator mode on. Oh, stop! Okay, we went about 17 over. Alright, it's time for the pirouette maneuver. See if we can actually do this gracefully. SAS off, and we go for pirouette. Hit me. Okay, and right here, dip. Push forward. Oh, we didn't get enough dip. We didn't get near enough dip on that. Bleh. I had to thrust a whole bunch of times. Yeah, we fouled it. Whatever. So what? I'm not a very good pirouetter. Bite me. And shut down. Alright, external tank. Thanks for the fuel. I would say have a safe journey home, but that's just not going to happen. Enjoy. Okay, main engine's off, and we have got fuel. Hooray! Why is it... Oh, it's because of the wings, right? But otherwise... Yeah, we're good. Our tanks have made it to, well, not orbit yet, but almost orbit, unmolested. Also, the ohms computer. Go ahead and toggle the ohms computer. Okay, we're in orbit. I usually like to take this out to 100 just to be sure, because sometimes during our home and transfer we have to burn radial. And you sure as hell don't want to be dipping into the atmosphere during that maneuver, if that's the thing, but there you go. So our vehicle works again. We've gotten everything all ironed out with the exception of the one little power coupling on the tower and the pad. Otherwise, our vehicle is back in working order, so we can continue on with our missions. Hooray, hooray. So, that means, let's go ahead and revert this back into the VAB, and we can build ourselves a little module that costs somewhere to the tune of about $2 billion. Let me take a second to refresh your guys' memory on exactly what $2 billion can buy you, because I don't think many people really truly respect the word billion the way that I do, as it is a really big number. Just Ross, oh, thank you for that subscription. Much appreciated. Helmet in the apparatus. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. Thank you, my dude, for that support. Put your money where your mouth is. I appreciate it. So, yeah, what I was going to do here... Let's see. That's... There we go. What I was going to show you guys is this fantabulous little bit of equipment that we've been working on, more or less. So, our launch pad and our launch tower is nowhere near as complicated as this rig, clearly, but you know, we try and do it as get as much immersion into our playthrough as we possibly can, with respect to part count. But what we're looking at here, this is about $2 billion minus this, okay? Just the launch tower is about $2 billion. It took 10 years to make this thing. This is no small little piece of junk. This sucker is one very serious piece of equipment. $2 billion. Now, we're looking at this thing. I mean, this thing is huge. We can't deny. You're looking at the shuttle here. I mean, this thing is ungodly big, and it looks to be worth about $2 billion. Now, chillax for just a moment as we actually get to our point. Wiki Professor Wikipedia. All right, now, what else does $2 billion buy you? Well, $2 billion can buy you, like I said, this massive 10-year project, or it can buy you this. A module the size of about probably the room we're sitting in. Maybe, well, a little bit bigger than the room we're sitting in, I'm sure. This little module here is Columbus. This is our next mission project. And yeah, this sucker is $2 billion. Quite an amazing piece of hardware. There is some awesome science stuff to be had in that for damn sure. Oh my goodness. Like, try fitting this in this. Imagine you printed $2 billion worth of cash, U.S. currency, in $100 bills. I'll bet if you stacked it in here, you probably still couldn't even fit $2 billion in here. In cash. In $100 bills. That is how cutting edge this thing is. I don't know. I find that quite impressive. I find that to be immensely impressive. So yeah, that's what we're into here, and our build of it's actually going to be quite simple. back again to the auto strutting issue that we're having. This is kind of a thing. If we take and build this module and we connect it to this port right here, we have the same issue that like when we try and remove it, it becomes like stuck and we have to do like crazy things in order to fix it. However, if we use this port down here, that never seems to be a problem, and we still have not been able to figure out exactly why. You know, another thing that just occurred to me, we can't actually build any further on this. We need to reopen the project because our reticle's gone. Don't save this. So let's reopen this project so that we can get in here and start building our $2 billion module. Man, that's a lot of money. Like, dude. Actually, we're not opening the tower. We're looking for the shuttle. Go down to S. S for space. SP comes before ST. There we go. Show me, oh me, oh. Christopher, how's it going, man? Welcome. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum. So uh-oh, got a guy suggesting mods in the chat. Generally is a I don't want to go so far as to call that rude, but it's kind of a little bit rude. Don't go suggesting mods to me, dude. Kerbal Space Program is one of those games that we have our own mods that we use. They're tried and true. Adding even one mod could wreck like 8 years of gameplay, you know? Like, we're not going to go down that road. We're not going to risk our game file for anything that we have not specifically tested. So yeah, you can just kind of save it. Anyway, where were we? I'm a little bit salty towards that last commenter there. Want to make this obvious to everybody else who's watching. This is the guy who came in the other day and asked why we're even building the tower in the first place. The same guy. So that's why I'm a little bit salty towards him. Anyway, where were we here? Oh, right. All right. We were building a $2 billion module. So let's go ahead and open this guy up. How we want to do this? If we use, I wonder if we're able to, if we connect it to the aft docking port, like the Leonardo module, we might actually be able to use the Canadarm to install it. But let's take a look here at some module pieces that we can use. How about, well, we're going to use a hitchhiker for sure. That's going to be one part because the module that we're building is actually kind of, it's a habitation module. The purpose of the Columbus module itself is, well, there's a couple things that are really cutting edge and obviously very expensive to try and study, and that's like how weightlessness breaks down the human body, and fluid dynamics, amongst other things, is a very expensive type of science that's That's what the Columbus module does. It's got a lot of really crazy cool sciencey stuff on it to do with humans floating in zero atmosphere and fluid dynamics, amongst obviously a lot of things, because it's a very pricey module, very, very expensive. Now this module also, we need to look up a couple more things about it before we get too ahead of ourselves. Where is it? That's the question. So we're talking about STS-122, Space Shuttle Atlantis, and this Columbus module is the largest single contribution to the ISS made by the European Space Agency. Kudos! Hell yeah. Okay, just quickly reading up now on this. Here, I'll go ahead and pull this thing open for you guys so you can kind of, at least, even if you can't read the text, you can kind of at least see that we're doing something over here, scrolling through some text, hunting for some info. What I want to see is, where the hell is it located? It's docked to the starboard side of Harmony. Okay. Easy enough. So we're talking, it needs to be a standard docking port. So let's get a coupling up here. Clampo standard, and forward or aft? Forward or aft? Where are we flying to? This module is going to be going to the International Space Station circa 2000, February 2008 is where we will be on this launch. Do you want to put it in the back? Did this launch have a Leonardo module? Did they actually? Is this thing big enough that it was able to? There's no way that they launched this thing with a Leonardo module inside. No way. I'm not buying it. Okay, so let's try this. Do we want? I'm thinking aft just because of this problem that we've had. Let's do it. Let's go to the aft port, because I'm sick of having this problem. It's really not good at all. Now we have a little bit of a bevel. Let's see here, if we go with structural pieces, this guy right here. No. Give us another flange here. Where's the damn, that pan thing? It's always hard to find, because they actually, this right there. There we go. Okay, let's pop this guy on here. A little bit of a habitation module sort of thing, and we don't get much more length on this module. What do I want to do? Maybe double up. It doesn't have any, I don't see any windows on it per se. It is a habitation module. I mean, it does in fact, or no, wait, that's the, I'm thinking of Harmony. This thing doesn't have any, I mean, you study people in it, but there may be some sort of sleep lab, but the truth is, when it comes to the ISS, people just sleep anywhere. You just grab your sleeping bag and basically Velcro it to a wall, and that's all there is to it. That's how people sleep on the International Space Station. I want it to be that we can climb in it at least. Maybe a science thing. We've already got this science module being used. It's basically the same thing as the Destiny module, Where was that thing? Is it in here? Where the hell is that thing? It's under science, yeah? Whoa. Oh, telescope. This thing. There we are. But this has also got... I mean, this is your... There's your science module, but it's got windows on it. And I don't... I'm saying, I don't think that this module has windows. Per se. So either that, or we could just use like a storage thing. It's the right size and the right shape. How do you learn to look up what parts and what size? Oh, we've just been playing the game for a long time. We just kind of, we know what parts we've used in the past and what parts work good for certain things, and that's about all there is to it. Just kind of scroll around, root around here, click on things. You know, if it suits your fancy, bring it into your project. Maybe just kind of hang it out here. If you don't like it, delete it, and that's about it. I gotta be honest, I do not like this. I would like one we can climb in. Everything that we can climb in is gonna have windows. I mean, we could block the windows, but that's kind of also stupid and lame. How can we turn this into a module and not just a storage thing? I mean, it's $2 billion. We want it to be worthy of that. But also, we also have to think about part count. It's always part count. When you're talking about the endgame Kerbal Space Program, part count is one of the #1 things you should worry about. Man. Yeah. I don't think really anything that we build here, even if we went to like a absurd high part count, would really be would really do justice to how expensive this module is, unless we put like a big fat $sign on the outside of it. That's pretty much what you think? How about just make it simple, keep it simple. We're gonna need some autonomous stuff just to make sure that we get the after we dock it, even if we use the Canada arm to install it, or we install it, we Kerbalize, install it, and we just float it out. In any case, no matter what, we're gonna need some sort of autonomous controls for it. So let's get ourselves a little probe core. Old standard probe core going on here. Get our standard reaction wheel. We're going to need some batteries. Get some batteries up here. Before we go any further, I always forget to do this. Make sure we toggle the torque off on that. Okay, and batteryage. It's like 400. No, that's 1,000. That's way more than we need. Okay, that'll do. And I would expect that this thing is probably going to have some sort of docking apparatus on the far side of it. Just give me a docking apparatus. We're talking coupling. Boop, like that. Okay, reaction wheel, probe core. We're gonna need some fuel for some monopropellant. Let's get a little tank here of, oh, I don't know, peroxide. A little peroxide tank there, that should do. Okay, we'll clip all of this stuff in to make it look proper. Okay, let's get a little bit of thruster action. Now, hold on here. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone, guys. Hold the phone. I got a better idea. Okay, for part count reasons, we're going to build this in a way that the autonomous outfit will be able to remove it after the fact, and those parts will become trash that will just burn up in the atmosphere on Soyuz returns. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take the... And the probe core? Yeah, take it all. We're talking... We want this thing like 4 parts when we're done. We'll keep the reaction wheel... No, I don't like that either. Okay, that'll be part of the autonomous unit. Okay, so in the end, after this unit is actually docked and installed to the ISS, it'll effectively just be this docking port, the flange, this piece here, the other flange, and this docking port. So very, very bare bones. Very, very bare bones, despite being worth $2 billion. And then the autonomous rig, all the autonomous stuff, the battery, the probe core, all that stuff we will remove after the fact. How do you want to do that? This is actually... we're going to need all of a probe core that size and whatnot. How do we want this thing... Yeah, there'll be plenty of room. There'll be plenty of room. I hope. Okay, let's bring it down to size a little bit. What is this? 20? Yeah, okay, 20. 20. Not money, 20. 20. Let's go ahead and yeah. I don't know that 20 is quite enough monopropellant to feel safe doing this. Double it. Make it 40. Okay. Now, let's get some thrusters. We're looking for thrusterage. Okay, let's go ahead and get these block thrusters. Here's a thing that I'm sure there's a very simple answer for it, but I don't know specifically what it is. But you notice how this thruster has got four axes, or 2 axes, really. Why doesn't it have the 3rd axis? That's always been a question of mine. I don't know why would they build it like that and not build it like this. Has been a question of mine for quite some time. I'm sure there's a logical reason for it. Like, why would you not have a thruster that has 5 ports? Then you can control a craft with literally 2 of these, one on either side, as opposed to having like 4 of these on, you know. It's way more consolidated. But this is how we've done things in the past. We pulled these pieces far enough out that there's literally no way that when we go to pick up these parts using Kerbal Attachment System, that they would do any kind of any trash that might send a shockwave into our International Space Station or damage it in any other way. We just got to make sure that the base of this thing is not clipping in to our shuttle. Like that. Okay, bring that. This guy right here. Bring that to like that. There you go. And now it's got a /Jack patented thruster cluster. 1.11, waiting for the modders to update. That's going to be a nasty one, as I was under the impression, from what I've read and seen of 1.11, it seems to be that they're trying to bring Kerbal Attachment System, Kerbal Inventory System. They've already been kind of incorporating an inventory system into the game, but it's nowhere near as good as Kerbal Attachment System and Kerbal Inventory System at its present state, which is why I'm not upgrading. Okay, so we bring this thing so that it's ready to be ready to be taken apart. We do want this thing kind of, yeah, definitely out of the way. You see this beam that's kind of in the way there? That's just our reticle. We use that to be able to find exactly the distance so that all of our stuff meshes together with the launch tower and whatnot. So it just needs to be there until we go to actually launch this onto the pad, so that if we have to move the project or anything like that inside the VAB, then we can get it back exactly where it needs to go. Could be off the backside. That really wouldn't. That would work. I mean, we can use either port, to be honest. Okay. So what if we just take this guy here and we would just put it like right on that docking port? I mean, boom, like that. We don't even need that little cubic arc or any of it. Just that alone. In fact, the same thing goes for all of this stuff too. It wouldn't even need to be, but it can stay there so long as it doesn't clip through the doors. Then we should be okay. The doors are the floors. We should be okay. And it looks like it's okay. Okay. So we've got our autonomous... No, we don't. I'm still missing a probe core here. Put all of that, and a reaction wheel. Okay, so there's our reaction wheel. I don't... Yeah. Perhaps we could almost use the Leonardo module to sort of do this, but I figure we should build it specifically. We need that probe coreage, please. Just a very simple, small probe core. Boom, like that. Little baby core. And then some electric charge. 200 electric charge should be more than enough, so long as we're not dead out of electricity when we let go of it. Torque. That's right, we need torque wheel. Will that be enough to hack it? I don't know. The zenith and nadir thrust on this is going to be a little bit wacky if we put that core there, or that reaction wheel there. It should work. I mean, it'll be a little bit kind of meh, but like, really, who cares? It'll work. Vector, probe core, electricity, fuel. Don't forget to turn the fuel off. Okay, turn the fuel off. Don't forget to turn the toggle the torque. Okay, toggle the torque. That's pretty much it. And that's about how long it took the ESA to actually build their module, too, is about 30 seconds. Not really. Did you see that they added in-space construction? Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That it's basically kind of bringing in Kerbal Attachment System, Kerbal Inventory System. If you're not familiar with those two mods, I'm going to do what I just ripped on somebody on chat for doing, and highly suggest that you download those mods, Kerbal Inventory System, Kerbal Attachment System, as they're like, they're absolutely essential in our gameplay. I would never even attempt to play Kerbal Space Program at this level without those mods, because they're just, it adds so much that just you can't do at all. Like, it opens up a whole world of stuff. They're absolutely essential, and they're very highly supported too. They're good mods. They're good mods. People that work on those mods are they're very diligent, or have been very diligent. It's they're good stuff. It's really, really good stuff. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. Is this all the more we want to? Let's go ahead and do this. We're gonna see. We've got our reticle. Let's go ahead and close the bay on this, and we're going to save this project as what is this? This is Columbus. We'll call it Columbus Module 1A. Okay, save this project. Boom, right there. And are we... Yeah, we're in simulator mode. Cool. Let's go ahead and get the Kerbals out of there. And do us a little simulator launch here and see how all this goes down. We probably... You know what? Before we do this, we really don't need to do what I'm about to do, which is strut this to the inside. But honestly, two things. One, it keeps the payload from rattling around in here during launch, which is always a good thing. But more importantly, for our purposes, it adds trash. It adds stuff for us to take apart after we're done. We float a Kerbal, we'll go on EVA and remove these struts, and that gives us something fun to do. So above everything else, we put these struts on solely for the purposes of removing, having things to remove and creating trash. Same thing goes for all of this stuff. Is it's we'll tear all of that off the module after the fact, and it will become trash that we can float down to a Soyuz and then burn up in the atmosphere. It's really immersive. I love doing that. That is so satisfying. All right, so Columbus Module 1A. Strutted down. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at this. Kerbals are out. Let's get our reticle, get the reticle out of there. Hey man, it's my stream. I have the right to suggest mods if I want. Alright, hit me. Does he look at chat? No. Never. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I didn't read that comment because I don't look at chat, but yeah. Hey Bill, how's it going? Wave? $2 billion launch tower. Yeah. I'm only saying that it's not like $2 billion in-game or anything like that. It's just like the launch tower is, in real life, cost $2 billion in 10 years to make. So, Here's our Kerbalized rendition of what $2 billion in 10 years would look like if they had to, if they were forced to deal with part count. If NASA was limited to how fast the frame rates of the world went, then this is what their tower and their pad would look like. How many parts is there? I don't even know. It's as low as we could get it, with respect to making it look cool and obviously function. So anyway, but we're honestly not here right now to marvel at our awesome $2 billion launch tower and pad, even though the title of the stream is that. We're here to see a simulated launch of our new $2 billion module and whether or not it will actually make it to space. So let's see it. Let's get ourselves a flight computer up here. We need to hit ascent guidance. All right, we want to throttle limit to 58. All of the other settings should be already good. 0.7, 180, 180. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and bring open the nav ball. And lights green. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and do a launch poll in the whole 9 yards here. Just to have fun. Why not? Let's get a little immersive experience. Initiate launch poll.
All stations, going to go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC.
DC is go for terminal count.
GC.
GC is go.
SIS-1.
SIS-1 is go.
SIS-2.
SIS-2 is go.
CC.
CC go.
NAV.
Nav is go.
Flight software.
Flight software go.
Mission software.
Mission software is go.
IT.
IT is go.
Recovery.
Recovery go.
RC.
RC go.
OSM.
OSM go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled. T-minus 21 seconds.
Guidance is internal.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Up you go. Okay, we are at 30 meters a second, going to the first maneuver, which is at 60. And we are at 45 meters a second, 50 meters a second, approaching roll. We are go for roll. All right, roll complete. We are go for throttle up. 100 meters a second. 110, we are go for pitch. Vehicle is supersonic. .500 meters a second. 600 meters a second, approaching Mach 2 and first stage booster flame out separation. Main computer override. Mach 2. Flame out. Separation, override. Override complete. Okay, is the fuel burning correctly? All right, groovy. Groove salad. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. Okay, 80 kilometers, got a little bit to go here, going out to 270. I want to fix that emote. Reagan says, go! We are go! Yeah, I got an idea for what I want to do to that emote to make it look cool. It's gonna look sweet soon. Alright, we are at 170, going to 270. 190. 200. 10. 20, going to 270. 30. 40. 50. 60, and shutdown. GG. Alright, we are go for the pirouette maneuver. I never get this right. Now, here we go. SAS off. Let's get okay, be light, and then we want to be on the dip. We want to really push on the dip. So let's do this here, okay? Roll. Oh, that's a really fast roll, bro. Okay, dip hard. All right, and then the tiniest. Nah, we ballsed it. Damn. Well, whatever. Feels bad, man. Dude. Alright, anyway. Up we go. Get a little bit of radial influence here, would not hurt us. Just a tad. Just a sprinkle of radial. Okay, and shut down. Alright, external tank. Although it's got plenty of fuel left on it, we say goodbye to the external tank. Off you go. Main engine shut down. Ohm's computer engaged. RCS off. We are go for orbital insertion. Hit me. And the only reason we do that is because we want to be damn sure that the external tank meets its demise in the atmosphere. Yeah. Hey Keith, how's it going, man? 80 kilometer, 90 kilometer periapsis, going to 100. Standard 100 and shutdown. There we have it. All right, now we can take a look at some of these systems. The one big one I wanted to see, of course, is can we... Well, we actually don't have a program nor a docking port to actually grab this thing. Anyway, I don't think we're going to attempt to use the Canadarm on this install because, like, we've just had so many issues with the auto strutting problem that we've been chasing down all morning and all yesterday and for a fair amount of time through our Kerbal career that we're just gonna say to hell with it and just get it done, you know, just go ahead and do it. Which really involves nothing more than us getting close to the space station and going like this. Boom. All right, now she goes. Toggle that torque. Turn on the fuel. It's gonna bump. Oof. We're rattling around in there. But we should be good to go now. We got our toggle torque. SAS is on. RCS on. Docking mode on. And thrust out. There we go. And we'll just do a little fly around the shuttle to prove that this thing can do whatever the hell we want it to do. RCS off. Let's say we wanted to dock to that. Target that. Control from here. SAS to SAS. Smart SAS. Turn us negative parallel to that target. Oh, wow. That little torque wheel that could, huh? Oh, my God. It manhandling that sucker like it was nothing. How much electricity we would burn in here? Okay, looks good. Monopropellant looks good. Okay, easy peasy. Sure, thing's got plenty of fuel to get the job done. No worries. And all of our pieces are nice and on the outside. Should be very easy to collect all of this garbage. And we won't be breaking the struts the way that we did here because we actually don't have a Kerbal with us right now to remove the struts. But when we do this in live mode, we will do that, if nothing else. We can attempt to dock to the station before removing the payload, which is probably how we'll attempt to do it. So it just makes more sense that that's what we would want to do. So anyway, we're pretty much done with this thing. Just get rid of it. Do we want to do a re-entry with this? Is there anything that we need to see per se in regards to that? Let's do one just for fun. Just for fun. Why not? We don't have our ohms computer engaged. Here we go. All right, so let's do it. Let's go ahead and go through the a full mock here. So first thing that we would do is, of course, get our inclination change. No biggie there. Call it about 70 meters at worst case scenario. Our best for the shuttle being something like 12.5 meters a second inclination. difference from our target. So we'll say that we've done that. Let's say that that maneuver has been done. Let's go ahead and do a Holman transfer and null relative velocity, which would be effectively circularize at apoapsis, basically, after we've reached our target. So go ahead and plot that. Looks correct. We'll go ahead and tell the flight computer to go ahead and burn that node for us. And we'll eat some of this fuel and just have ourselves a good little flight. Technically, the ISS would be at 40 kilometers because the planet is 10 times smaller than Earth. Whoa. Are we on the right? There. Okay, I had the wrong computer. My bad. My bad. I had the wrong freaking computer. Okay, zero this thing in on an empty payload bay, 51.6 degrees. And it looks to be burning pretty flat. Feels good. Yeah, I don't know if I agree fully with that because, first off, 40 kilometers is below the Kármán line. It don't work. So, that does not work. My rationale for where we put our space station was that the real space station is roughly at an orbit plus or minus 4 times the Kármán line of Earth, which is 100 kilometers, right? So it's at about 400 kilometers plus or minus. That's generally its kind of parking orbit. And so for ours, we took the Kármán line and of 70 and did 4 times that. So that's our rationale, and I think it's a pretty good rationale for our altitude. A lot of people come in and they point that out, or they argue that that rationale with me often, very often. I get people coming in and saying, well, you know, your space station's on the wrong altitude. It's like, well, I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Our rationale is pretty solid. And I like it. It's a good orbit. It's out there. It feels right. It looks right. I'm happy with 280. You know. So anyway, here we are with our Holman transfer. Now we'll go ahead and we need to get rid of the International Space Station right now. Actually, is we're in mock simulation here. So let's take a look at. Okay, the Kerbal Space Center is right over there. We're approaching phase 1. Perfect. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this and get ready for a re-entry. We need to get phase 1 or phase 0 knocked out. So let's go ahead and do that. Change our periapsis to 80 kilometers. Okay, we'll go ahead and plot that and execute that node. Yeah, we didn't just willy-nilly slap our International Space Station into orbit, or rather launch Zarya, the very first module of the space station, into just a willy-nilly orbit. We chose it specifically for a specific reason. Yeah, but that's Earth scale. Yeah, but what do you, Reagan, what are you telling me? Like 40 kilometers, you can't put it at 40 kilometers. The Kármán line's 70. So you know, like, how am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to follow your recommendation of putting it at 40 when 40 will not work? It will burn up in the atmosphere, bruh. Yeah, I understand what he's saying that if you compare the size of the planets, but you know, we got to get practical. Am I the only one on the planet that thinks that our altitude for our space station is good? Why do people hate our altitude so much? It's a good altitude. It's good. I'm happy with it. Why aren't you? Should be like jumping up and down, falling backwards out of your chair and foaming at the mouth. Ah! Such a good altitude. Ah! All right, there's our reentry corridor A burn is finished. Let's go ahead and circularize at periapsis. This is reentry corridor phase 0 burn B. Go ahead and plot that and turn to that node and go ahead and get us down into an 80-kilometer orbit. Once we're down here, then we'll go ahead and fix up our orbital time to our static reentry corridor pattern of 1404. Oh, wait a minute. That 14. Christ, I have to see the orbital information. Remember where we're supposed to go. I need to look at our flight plan. That's not an orbital information, you idiot. You idiot. Orbital. There we go. Orbital time. 31 1404 is what this should be. That's a 31? Yeah, 31. You sure about that? Look at your flight plan. Well, thank you, Keith. Keith says it's good. He's the only one besides me. Okay, if you guys want to follow along with our flight plans here, you can go ahead and click on that Google document. And at the very, very bottom, we have the 4-phase reentry pattern. That's basically the equation that we're going to be going through. It's our own equation. We've put it together based on our own observations. It seems to work. Whether or not it's like technically valid to all of the big jarhead brainheads out there, that jarhead brainheads. Okay, anyway, yeah, whether or not a true rocket scientist is going to sit down and look at our numbers and go, "Oh yeah, that's absolutely how you do it," I highly doubt it. It's like I said, we put this together out of our own observations. It works for us, and that's all that I care about. So, all right, we are down in our lane now. We need to clean it up, so let's go ahead and turn this thing around to prograde marker so that we can clean up our orbital time. We don't need the delta V status. That's not important. We know we've got the delta V to make this happen. Okay, put that on that node like such. RCS on, docking mode on, and let's clean this up just a little bit. We're looking at 13.10. This needs to read 31.14.04. So a little bit of retrograde thrust. Actually, no, forward prograde thrust. We're looking for 31.14. Oh, we passed it. Okay, fine controls. A little bit back, tiniest bit. Right there. All right, so our orbital period is 31 minutes, 14.04 seconds. So we're in the lane, and now we're ready to get some numbers. So what we do is we take our orbit and we mash it out flat so that the inclination that we've got here, which is extremely like mind screwing to work with. We just take that out of the equation. Okay? Act as though the thing is flat. We don't have to worry about that. Okay? Now, this is kind of the hardest part of this whole thing. So it's really important that we get it just right. All right, so now with that, we can go ahead and get our fancy overlay protractors. Boom, hit me. Okay, so there's our protractors, and you can see these little red circles. Those are the different phases. Now we take our planet and we line it right up into that. Bring this down. It's actually really hard for me to see this on our live preview. It's actually much easier for us to do all of this when looking at our Twitch preview, our streams preview. Okay, there we go. Now, so basically, we've got this little reticle down here, and when Kerbal Space Center, that right there, this rotates to the other side of the planet, and it's at midnight, like basically dead in the center, or it'll be more down here relative to the way that we're looking at it. Hence the reticle. So as soon as Kerbal Space Center goes into that reticle, we need to know where we are on the wheel of time. And basically the way that it shakes out is, if we're right here, this is where we want to be. If we're right here, then we're dead on, and all we have to do is go to phase 3 and we're ready for re-entry. But we'll be off quite a bit. This is phase where we want to be at phase 2, and then phase 3. 3 o'clock at phase 3 when it's at high noon. So that's how we figured out how to figure all of this out. Let's go ahead and time accelerate a bit here. And the most critical part about this whole thing here is that we don't want to leave the International Space Station until we reach phase 0 of our plan. That way, because the space shuttle doesn't have solar panelage. So we're on the clock. We're burning electricity right now, and we have no way other than our fuel cell in order to actually get it back. So we're really on the clock, and we have to get these maneuvers done. And the vehicle ship shape for re-entry before we run out of electricity, or we'll have to turn on the fuel cells in order to recharge the batteries. So that's the one big danger. All right. Kerbal Space Center is starting to come into phase now. As you can see, it's actually on the opposite side of the planet from us. As it approaches this reticle. Have you tried recreating the Buran yet? No, I have not. We're too engrossed in the International Space Station build. Okay, we still got a little bit further to go. Dutch guy's got a pretty decent Buran, I believe. That's the guy you want to talk to when it comes to the Buran. Okay, approaching phase. Let's bring the time acceleration out. How we doing? How are we doing? Okay, we're over here. That's about 180. Coming into phase. Almost there. Keep it going. Keep it going. What are we looking at? Approaching 170. Approaching 165. 160. Ooh, it's close. Keep it coming. Almost there. 160. Okay, passing 160. So close. Actually getting closer to one. We're at 155. Five four. Oh, just a little bit. Okay, we're gonna call it p-value 153. All right, so p equals 153. Okay, so we can go ahead and get rid of our protractors now, so we're done with those. And now we can run our equation. All right, so now p is less than, so it usually is. Okay, so p is less than, so we're looking to do 238 minus p of 153 is a difference of 85 degrees. Okay, times that by time, 5.20555 equals time. Divide that by the number of orbits we're going to make for the correction, which is 5. Yeah, you want to go 5? Yeah, let's go 5. Okay, 5. Add our current orbital time, which would be 1874 in seconds. That equals y. Now turn it all into time. So divide that by 60. Okay, we lost that up somehow. Derp, 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 derp. Do it again. 238 minus p 153 equals x. Times that by time. 5.20555 equals time. Divide that by the number of orbits for the correction, which we're going to use 5. Now add our current orbital time. 1874 equals y. That looks correct. Now divided by time. All right, there we go. 32 minutes. Okay, so we're looking at 32 minutes. 0.7082. 0.7. Jesus, that's a hard number for me to remember. 0.7082. 0.0782. 0.0782. Or 7082. 7082. 0.82. Like that. There you go. So that's 42 seconds. 42.49 seconds. So our new orbital time, in order to get the correction from where we are to where we wanted to be, we need to change our orbit to an orbital time of 32 minutes, 42 seconds. And then after we do this burn, we'll clean up the thousandths after the fact because we can't see thousandths over here. We can only see it with the MechJeb tool. So here's what we've got. It's a pretty gentle burn. Let's run our equation one more time just to be sure. Measure twice, cut once, right? So again, we're talking 238 minus P, which is 153 equals X. X times time, 5.20555 equals time divided by orbitals. 5 add the time, 1874 equals Y. Divide that by time equals 32 minutes, 0.7082 times 0.7082 equals 42 seconds 49. So 32 minutes 42.49 seconds is what we need to be for 5 orbits in order to correct our trajectory. So let's go ahead and do it. Execute that node, and then we'll clean up our thousandths after we get this this first little burn knocked out. Cool, huh? Isn't that cool? All right, so there's our rough reentry phase reentry corridor. Now we can go ahead and get the correction, RCS on, docking mode on, and we need to go to an orbital period of 32 minutes, 42.49 seconds. So we need a little bit of forward thrust to turn this 41 into a 42.49. There it is. Bam. 32, 42, 48. Actually, should be 49. It's tiniest a little bit more. There you go. 32, 42, 49. All right, so now we stay in this orbit. Get it out of fine control. There you go. Okay, we want to stay in this orbit for 5 orbits, which will take us all the way past phase 3. So if we made a mistake, then we really have no way of correcting it. But we've done this like a dozen times at this point, so we're generally pretty good at it. I mean, this usually nails it. One orbit. Two orbits. Okay, passing phase 2. All right, there's phase 2. Down to 2,500. That's 3 orbits. 2,500 electricity now. Gotta be careful. And we're on our final orbit before we can plot the phase reentry corridor burn. Here we come. And there's our 4th orbit. Now we take it out of time acceleration. What we want to do here is just circularize back at the original periapsis. So we just go ahead and plot that. And that'll take us back into our original reentry corridor Of course, we'll want to clean up the orbital period time after this burn to bring it back to the exact 31-1404, and then we will be ready for our re-entry burn. Whoa. Okay, this is for the next orbit, so one final orbit in this orbital time will slow us down just enough. Should slow us down just enough to have a perfect trajectory right for the runway. $1,700 units of electricity. Yeah, it would be smart at this point, because that we will have extra fuel, that we go ahead and turn on this fuel cell to start generating electricity. I mean, we're gonna spit it out into space anyway, right? So we might as well use up what little fuel we can, because our electric charge is quite low. We should be good though. I mean, we're over 1,000 units, so we wouldn't burn more than 1,000 units for a re-entry. All right, take us over to the prograde marker, and we'll clean up this orbit. We're off by about 5,000ths of a second, or 500ths actually. Okay, put it on right there and wait till it's kind of mellowed out. Okay, RCS on, docking mode on, fine controls on, and we want to change our orbital time back to 31-1404. So let's get a little retrograde burn. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Oh, we're not in docking mode. There we go. There we go. 140605. There we are. 31-1404. RCS off, fine controls off, and we are back in the lane. Okay, and it's phase 3. Okay, and it should be 2 orbits past phase 3, but we plot every orbit just because that's just how we do things. We know that this one isn't right, but we'll do it anyway, because I'm cautious like that. We need to see the landing predictions. Show me that. Get rid of that. Okay, now. Okay, groovy. Go ahead and remove and get one more orbit. Alright. And you can see our trajectory is pretty darn close. This red line up here should actually be showing us the trajectory that we're going to be taking, but it's broken. So in order to see the trajectory that we're going to take, we just kind of pull prograde, retrograde, and watch as the target, how the target actually creeps across the globe is the trajectory that we're going to be taking. So you can see it's pretty good. So it's a little bit south, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time to make a correction burn. All right, let's go up here and get this little bitty correction burn to get us dead on our target. Excuse me. Pull this a little bit this way. It's a little bit too far. Maybe a little bit. Okay, show me over here. Oh yeah, that looks great. Okay, so yeah, beautiful. All right, there's our correction burn right up there. Go ahead and turn to that node and burn our reentry correction. Yeah, reentry correction burn. Reentry trajectory correction burn. 26.8 meters, go! Dropping. Should have pulled it to 53 quite a bit earlier. Alright, remove all the nodes. And that is our reentry trajectory now. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's go ahead and correct our reentry altitude. Needs to bring it back to our static reentry point of... Ooh, that's pretty damn good right there. 0.8. Pretty cheap. We'll be off by 800 meters. That is definitely in the realm of doable. Go ahead and turn to that node and give us this little tiny burn to finish up that, and then we can get our plot our reentry. All right. Reentry altitude correction burn is complete. We are go for reentry burn. Now, the way we do this, we get a burn right over here something, and we want to bring our periapsis to 40 kilometers. So this is the 80-40 run, as we have christened it. We go from 80 kilometer apoapsis to a 40 kilometer periapsis. Like that. And then we get the time for the correction. You can see we've got these 3 flags right here that we've placed. These are specifically for re-entries from the International Space Station, so that we can, because it's hard to see sometimes some of the terrain. So generally, let's see, if we're completely light, we're not carrying a Leonardo module at all, we can sort of expect to run out of steam a bit faster than we would otherwise. So the closer we get to the 3rd flag, this should be really good, actually. This should be exactly where we want to be for our re-entry burn, given that we're not carrying a Leonardo module with us. So that's pretty darn good. I like it. I like it. Turn us to that node. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, gonna go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing.
Houston, you're go for landing, over.
Roger, understand. Go for landing.
Hit me. Re-entry burn. Go. Also, hold up. Where's our fuel? Okay, it's not digging in. Okay, we got lots of fuel. Our battery is back up to 100% now. So we're completely out of the woods as far as that's concerned. We can go ahead and stop this fuel cell. And it looks like we're going to come in Aussie style. Or we're going to do our re-entry burn Aussie style. All right, there it is. Turn us to the prograde marker now. And we've got one last chance to clean this up if it doesn't meet with our approval, and it does look very solid, so we're going to keep it. All right, so we are go for re-entry procedures. All right, so re-entry procedures. All right, so first off, we dump the remaining fuel. Drain the fuel. Go. All right, so all the remaining fuel is now dumped. And now we turn on the re-entry or emergency fuel. I guess it sounds better to call it re-entry fuel than it does to call it emergency fuel. All right, so the re-entry fuel is engaged. We now need to uncork the engines. In the event that we may need them, we shouldn't, but you never know. All right, so uncork those engines. We need to pin the re-entry computer, which is, where is it? There it is. Okay, there's a re-entry pitch. The ohms computer is done. Get rid of that. Okay, we're on the re-entry computer now. Okay, engage the re-entry computer. And we need to, let's see, hold on. Let's go down this list here. All right, so we need to change our re-entry angle to 37.5 degrees. And as we do that, the re-entry computer will turn the craft to that angle, prepare for re-entry. All right, and then the Smart SAS, we need to bring this open so that it can hold one static frame of reference that is not going to change on us through re-entry. For that, we go into advanced on the Smart SAS and we change our reference point to orbital horizon, forward, roll to 0. And we say execute that. All right, and that should be it. We are go to close the payload bay doors. And with that, we are ready for re-entry, but let's make sure. I want to go through this list one more time. Okay, so dump fuel, engage fuel, uncork engines, pin the re-entry computer, reference orbital horizon, roll 0, engage re-entry computer, set the angle. Yep, that's it. All right, down we go. All right, now after it finishes this little turn right here, we get RCS on. Okay, now the fun part. Take this out of, give us a slider on that. Now we want to pay very close attention to our speed. Okay, we're approaching the channel right now, and we're still gaining speed, approaching the channel, should be slowing down. Okay, slowing down. We're still almost to the channel. All right, we started slowing down. right at the channel, so we're right on cue. Okay, 37. Let's bring this up into the 40 range. Take us to an angle of about, I don't know, 44 sounds pretty good right now. We're at 2,294 meters a second. And we are just now crossing the channel. And we've started to slow down. 2286. .44 degrees attack. Okay, we've got about 70 meters to burn off before we reach the other side of the bay. Approaching the bay now. 44, we're burning pretty good. Give us a little bit more. Get us in the 50 degree. Okay, we got about 50 meters. Okay, bring it back out a bit. You don't need near that much. Yeah, definitely cut it back. Bring it all the way down to 40. Okay, so we're at the bay now. We need to kill 30 meters before we reach the end of it. So trim it out even further still. Talking something like 30, 35. Okay, we're 20 meters. Unfortunately, we're getting this. This happens. This is just a, I don't know, 1 in maybe 9 re-entries. This effect happens. I've never been able to nail it down. Anyway, let's keep our mind focused on the task. Okay, we're actually 10 meters faster than we should be now. We need to bring this back into the 40 range. All right, cool. We've shaved it off. Okay, cut it back out just a little bit. 42, that seems about good. Okay, we're 2180. Coming over the mountain range now. Okay, 2,100 meters a second. Bring this to plus, get up to like 45. Okay, target's in sight. 2 kilometers. We're going to need to get into the 50 range here for our angle. Boy, I wish it wouldn't do that. That glitch is really meh, you know? Yeah, since we don't have a Kerbal on board, we have lost control because we're in plasma blackout, which is, this would not happen in a live launch because we would have Kerbals on board that we could tell them to adjust the angle. So we're probably going to overshoot. Actually, we are definitely going to overshoot. We should have been up at least another 8 degrees. Of course, we are ditching the speed pretty fast, but still, yeah, it's going to be overshooting by our standards by just a little bit. We'll be okay though. As soon as it comes out of comes out of plasma blackout and gives us our vehicle back, we should be okay. We can go ahead and trim this out. All right, we've got control again. We are go for main computer override. Hit it. Okay, main computer is donezo. Now we just bring it on in. Honestly, don't even need the RCS, but we leave it on just because there are things that we can do in an emergency situation with this vehicle to give us a hell of a lot of lift, and but we need the RCS in order to do it. So it's just safer. It's just safer to leave the RCS on, but we don't technically need it at this point. Okay, getting into our S turn now. Okay, we're at 6 kilometers altitude. I don't want to Jackie Chan. I don't want to Jackie Chan it, so let's a little more gentle. Let's lose a little bit more altitude. Bring it further out. Go ahead and level this out. 170 meters a second. We're at 4 kilometers, 4.5 kilometers. Okay, it's looking pretty good. Let's go ahead and bring it back now. Okay, I've got one last little stutter in the game that we have called the heart stopper, and that's when we come in range of our launch equipment, the game's going to stutter on us. We call it the heart stopper. It's the last little kind of moment, you know? So be wary of that. Okay, we're at 146 meters a second. We want to carry a bit of this speed. Okay, turn the brakes on. Let's go ahead and pin one of the wheels so that we can adjust our brakes. All right, gear down. Lights off. Brakes on. Okay, and there was the heart stopper. Actually, yeah. I mean, our frame rate has dropped more significantly as a noticeable thing than really the stutter of the heart stopper was. I'm quite shocked. And there it is. That is how you launch and land a shuttle. We put a little bit too much brakes in it. We didn't get the immersive glide down the runway. I just came to a dead stop there. It was pretty cool. Yeah, everything panned out. We didn't have any issues through re-entry, with the exception of losing control, which of course wouldn't happen. All of our launch equipment over here. We can still revert this at this point. I see no reason. Yeah, the Heartstopper was much less aggressive with our new launch equipment than it has been with our old tower. Our old tower was quite a hard stutter. So what do you guys think? Pretty good? I like it. I like it. Hey Pat, how's it going? Nice to see you, bro. Thumbs up. Indeed. Okay, so the vehicle works. All of the stuff works. Is there anything we wish to change? Ah, yes, there is absolutely something right there I wish to change. Those were from holding on our Leonardo module. We might have some in the back here too. What's that? Oh, that's for the, okay, that's the wing. Okay. Oh, right. Force attraction. Now, we can't actually make any changes to this vehicle without reloading, so we have to go ahead and say don't save. And we need to reload this project so that we get our reticle back. Must have that reticle. S for space. Shuttle 5. There we go. U. Alright, now I want to get rid of the force attraction on the docking ports. It's always a bunch of garbage. The torque is off. Yep, okay. I think we are all ready to do this mission. Oh, wait. Yeah, this garbage too. Right. Okay, save this right here. Okay. Kerbals out of there. Live mode on. Hit me. Did you fix the fuel priority? Yes, we did. Thanks for checking. Fix on the auto struts? No, we still haven't fixed the auto strut problem. I think it's beyond our abilities in the game. The only way that we can, at this point, fix it would be either to, like, start from scratch or go into the game file and do something in there. It's a doozy. It's a doozy, man. It really is. Quite brutal. Quite brutal. Ooh, yikes. What was that all about? Boy, that was some hard physics easing right there. My God. Physics sleazing, bruh. Dang nation. That was the hardest drop yet on this outfit. Hopefully everything still lines up. Okay, so we'll just wait for the orbiter access arm to just retract right here. We'll go over and get Gunter's van and some astronauts to put in this thing, and hopefully everything else works out and we don't have to redo. It would be a first if we had to redo anything. I mean, all of it should line up. I am concerned though, since that was a really hard physics sleazing. I'd be lying if I didn't say that I was concerned about the effect of the whole vehicle with that sort of crap going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and go over here to the Space Center and go get ourselves some astronauts. I suppose we probably should get some eggnog. I mean, it is, after all, Christmas and whatnot. So let's do it. Over here into this spaceplane hangar and see if we can't find some eggnog in one of these boxes. Eggnog, baby! Oh, the noggin fogger. Alright, there's Gunther's van. We need to decide who's going to be going on this mission. Mm-hmm. There you are. Ah. No, 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 no. Eduardo. Eduardo. There you are. You're our driver. Okay. And where's Gunter? There we are. Gunter. All right. Draw a smiley on the TV. Yay! Man, physics sleazing is hitting hard. We may need to reboot the game. I honestly wasn't expecting that to be a thing, as we've been testing this stuff quite a bit, but just this last time, I swear, it's like physics sleazing is really, really attacking us, so I'm quite concerned. We're gonna journey forth, but don't say I didn't say anything. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, this is one of the things that we always do. We've got 3 modes. There's live mode, simulated mode, and abort mode. And in a live mode, we do not allow any kind of reverting. If something goes wrong, we play it out. And of course, simulator mode is just for the sake of building things, finding the problems and then fixing them so that we can go into live mode. But whenever we go into live mode, we don't just put Kerbals on the pad. We always do it like this. We always, we try and get more cars. I want to get more cars, but Gunter's van has been the tried and true method for getting our Kerbals back and forth from the pad for quite some time now. And here's where you get your money shot for all of the all of the work that we've been doing recently. There it is, right there. Dude, that is awesome. Yeah, that's pretty sick. See the shuttle out there with a nice big launch pedestal and tower next to it is really quite satisfying. Did I turn these on? Actually, I can't see anything in F2. Oh, Christ. Oh, Christ. Hello. Got a runaway car, bro. Why didn't my camera... What is going on with this game? How did it even do that? Kind of camera, chase, lock, auto, free. Okay. That has never happened. It just drops our camera right there and stayed there, huh? That's more worrisome behavior in the game mechanics. Not good. I feel a forced revert here. Like I said, we don't revert in live mode, but if it's a stupid cracking thing, we may. If we can. But that's the only... If it's a legit problem, then we absolutely take it. If it's a legit thing that we forgot, we absolutely take it. Keep off the lawn. Ooh. The terrain seams are actually really wide. I think that may actually be the cause of that really hard physics sleazing. Normally those gaps are so thin, like you can see them when you drive over because the vehicle will kind of, like clearly you drove over something, you know? But you can't generally see them. Now I can totally see this world seam from here, which is... should be probably an indication that we should probably stop and restart the game. Dude. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty immersive. Very cool. Okay, and here's our road. The Alley of Victory. It's not actually called that, I just made that up just now. And it probably won't stick either, because it sounded stupid. All right, Gunter. Out you go. Our chief of security, Mr. Gunter Wendt. Escorts the crew to and from the pad. It's really the good luck charm of the agency. Alright, there it is. There's our crew of STS-122. So they stop and pose for their photo op. Pretty sweet. Okie dokie. Up we go. And Gunter sees them all the way to the shuttle. Okay. we are go for orbiter access arm extension. Hit me. All right. And, yeah. Suppose while this thing's extending, we could, as if we're cool that all of our Kerbals are gonna remain on this rig and not slide off of it for any means, we can go ahead and do this and just get all of our Kerbals out. While the access arm is doing its bit. And the safety officer is the only one to actually fall down. Here comes the moment of truth where I was worried if there's something that's going to louse up the launch, it's going to be right now. It's going to be this, it's going to be the ramp. But we'll see. We shall see. Whoa, yeah, a little bit crazy there. Okay, and the ramp is coming down. Looks like it's good. All right. All right, good stuff. Gunter's down to the end of the ramp. He's on his rocker. And he says, turn on the amber light. Hit it. Oh, that's the module. I was looking for the light. That's another module. I'm looking for the light. There we go. All right, amber light's lit. Oof. Fell over that little seam. All right, first Kerbal's on board. Now, do we want to bracket backwards? That's Gunter. Okay, that's the tower. If we keep going, okay, backwards will work, I suppose. All right, next Kerbal. Let's walk over this seam, see that we don't fall. Okay. Okay, on board. And finally, our last Kerbal. Now you see the swaying. This is actually caused by the Kerbal hitting that, ironically. And same thing with the different seams. As we hit those seams, like the force of the Kerbal moving is actually what's causing the access arm to rock around like that. All right, there it is. All of our Kerbals are on board. Normally we would give them, Gunter would give them each an RCS tank, some hand-engraved screwdrivers and wrenches and some other tools and stuff for each of the different classes of the Kerbals and whatnot, and then he would strap them down, give them a thumbs up, and then he would... But since we actually don't have those tools or anything in these, haven't put them in yet, then we just give them a thumbs up. Gunter says they're good to go, they're strapped down, and he gets back to a place of safety, or relative safety. It's actually going to be a lot safer than our old tower. Should be a whole lot safer than our old tower because it's much further away. much, much, much further away. Alright, Gunter's in the tower, amber lights lit, and we are go for orbiter access arm retract. Hit it. There goes the ramp and the tower pulling back, or the access arm pulling back. I love that we don't have to remove Gunter's van. It used to be we would park Gunter's van like pretty much right here, and then after we loaded everybody up into the tower and done all that stuff, then Eduardo would drive it down the hill and park it quite a bit of ways away. But since it's over here, and this is pretty darn safe, I mean, Christ, we got this whole tower to kind of block us if anything really happened, but it's so far away that we're in really safe area over here. That the van itself is actually still part of the whole ambiance of the launch, and that's just awesome. I love it. It's fantastic. One more added element that was there all along, but it was so far away that it never really was part of, never felt part of it after we were done driving everybody here. It very much is now. I mean, this is legit right here, right? We've got the van down there, you know, everybody loaded up, access arm coming back, raised launch pad. Yeah, it's just, I love it. Totally worth every moment in building it. Okay, as soon as we see the red lights die out, that means that the access arm has reached the end, and it is. We are sitting on amber lights only, which means we are go for launch. So, at this point, what we need to do is time accelerate until we're in the window. Okay, we're approaching our launch window. Coming up on it right about. Slow it down here. A little bit further, just a tiny bit. Okay, we are in the window. Let's take a look at the physics sleazing. How bad is it? No problem. Physics sleazing's much better than it used to be. Goody gumdrops. Alright, we are go for launch. Ascent guidance up here. Limit that throttle. 58%. And check all of our stuff. Orbital inclination, 52 degrees. Orbital target, as far as the flight computer is concerned, of 100 kilometers. That's not actually how it works, but that's that gives us the trajectory that we're looking for. 0.7 on the staging, 2.1 to 116, 50 degrees. All of that looks correct. We are go for launch. Staging is green. Initiate launch pull.
All stations, go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
SIS-1,
Sys1 is go.
SIS-2,
SIS-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
Alright, it's getting exciting now. Staging is green. All systems are go at this time. T-minus 19 seconds.
Guidance is internal.
T-minus 10 seconds.
Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Liftoff, Columbus. Or Columbus module, rather. I think this is actually Atlantis, Space Shuttle Atlantis. Alright, we are at 50 meters a second, approaching roll. Alright, we are go for roll. Alright, roll complete. We are go for throttle up. 100 meters a second. 110. We are go for pitch. Boy, Shellberry is not happy. Neither one of these Shellberry are timed. They're pretty worried. Fly, Pelican, fly! 300 meters a second. We are approaching Mach 1. Vehicle is supersonic. Okay, we are approaching Mach 2 and first stage booster flame out separation main computer override. Mach 2. Separation, flame out, override, complete. I actually hit the wrong key when we went to throttle up there. But that's okay, we're in good shape now. a bit north. Let's bring it back just a bit. Okay, looking good. A bit more north. Okay, we are at 160 going to 270. Looking good. Steady as she goes. All right, here we go. 200 going to 270. 210. 20. 30. 40. 50. 60. And shut down. GG. All right, we are go for the orbital pirouette. See if we can get a good one this time. All right, your go. Gentle on the roll this time, Jack. Okay. Damn. God, I'm hard. I am so shit at this maneuver. Man, I suck at that. Whatever. Alright, pirouette maneuver is complete. Up we go. Radio. And shut down. All right, we are go for external tank jettison. And main computer shutdown. Ohms engage. Hit me. All right. Main engine shutdown. Ohms computer engage. RCS off. We are go for orbital insertion. Wave. Thanks for the fuel. See ya. $60-kilometer periapsis going to 100. 70. 80. 90. And shut down. We're in orbit. We've done it. We're go for payload bay opening. Open the payload doors. Open the gates. Alright, let's take a look at our consumables here. Everything looks copacetic. And now, how close did we get to our personal best? It's not gonna be a personal best, that's for sure. We're definitely, our inclination is off by, oh, I don't know, I'll call it probably about, again, something like 70 maybe. Go ahead and target the International Space Station and let's clean up, get our inclination correction burn. 90, okay, yeah. Pretty standard, 90 to 70 to 90, something like that. Not too bad. I mean, it's bad. I mean, we could have done a lot better, but it's not so much that it fouls anything, so. Go ahead and turn to that node and prepare for the inclination correction burn. Alright. Inclination correction burn. Go. Also pin the the ohms controller as well. That will help. Alright, inclination correction burn is complete. And now, shucks, we're gonna pass it at this rate. We're so close, I didn't realize. What do you think? Yeah, we're definitely gonna pass it. I'll have to burn back out. To catch up with the, well, we'll have to slow down. Yeah, we'll have to burn past it. How do you want to go about this? Let's just get a node here. I mean, how bad is it gonna be? You know we're going to be past it by a fair amount. Let's bring it past to 310. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay, go ahead and turn us to that node. We could do a prograde burn right now to bring this periapsis out, but we're quite a bit late, so we would be getting a lot of radial waste, and that's just, you know, it's like, why? Why bother? So, yeah, why waste in radial when we can just spend a little bit more time? We'll pass it, and then we'll come back. Or orbital insertion. We should have cut that before we did the orbital insertion burn. And then we wouldn't have overshot by so much. But that's okay. We'll be fine. Go ahead and get this burn taken care of here. And, eggnog, baby. Good stuff. All right, so burnt past it over there. Now let's go ahead and get a maneuver down here and burn past it on the other side like that. Okay, go ahead and turn us to that node so that we can slow down and let the space station catch back up with us. We're going to need to be upside down from where we're currently at to be right side up on the other side. So if we go like this. Okay, now hit me. All right. And now we just need to go around a few times. We want to make sure that we don't run out of electricity during all of this, but we got 5,400 units of electricity, so we should be able to remain in orbit a long time. There's plenty of time for this space station to catch up with us. Okay, and at the rate that it's closing on us, I would say a burn. I'm thinking down. Let's go ahead and come out of time acceleration. I'm thinking a burn somewhere down here to meet up with it over there is kind of what I'm seeing. We're going to need a retrograde burn this time. Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Alright, maybe more over here, huh? Shoot-do-do-do-do. Oh, I was completely wrong. Other side. 9 kilometers. .2 7 6 2.6. There we are. All right, there's our home and transfer burn. 16 meters, pretty cheap. Go ahead and turn to that node and prepare for the home and transfer burn. Hit me. 3,400 units of electricity left. Okay, home and transfer burn is complete. Now, go ahead and plot the null velocity. Null velocity. Okay. Turn to that node and prepare for closest approach. Kill the maneuver planner. Won't need. Well, actually, we'll need that to remove the node, or it'll just be easier for us. We got a big remove all nodes button. But other than that, we're done with the maneuver planner. Don't need that anymore. All right, so 14.9 meters a second relative to our target, and we will be there in 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Beautiful, beautiful. It's going to be facing... Oh, there it is. We can see it right there. Fantastic. 43 kilometers away. All right, closest approach in 19 minutes. Go. 3,200 units of electric charge. Good shape. Very, very, very good shape. A little bit faster here. 16 minutes, 15, 14. And we're 9 minutes out. 8, 7. Slow down our time acceleration. We're 7 kilometers out now. .9 meters a second relative. Pretty slow. Should be able to burn that out in no time flat. Nice, safe approach. We're approaching render distance. Here it is. Here comes the stutter. And render distance. It's got a fair amount to render, so be patient. It's International Space Station. Quite a lot there. It should come back to us here any second. There she is. Okay, we're 2 kilometers away now. we're within 1 kilometer. Okay, let's go ahead and come out of time acceleration right here, and we should go ahead and null what velocity we can here. Go ahead and hit it. We can remove all nodes. We don't need any of those anymore. SAS, just keep us to the retrograde relative until we're at a dead stop. 2 meters, 1 meter, shut down. 0.1 meters a second. That works for me. All right, now we need to creep onto the target. Yeah, just go ahead and use this as that'll work for me. Go ahead and point towards the target, and let's get a little bit of docking assisted thrusting to get just a little bit closer. Okay. RCS on, docking mode on. Okay, now we're going to want to be underneath of it, so if we push our prograde marker underneath of the target indicator, then that should mean that we're going to be going in a direction that will take us right underneath of it. 3.5 meters a second relative. And at this point, we can probably tab over to it. Let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so here we are at the International Space Station. It's at the wrong... okay, you can see it's actually starting to do its maneuver to get itself on the proper attitude. Which is why I don't know, it's a little bit weird. You can creep up on it, and then it will go ahead and do this once you get within a certain range, but that range is actually a lot closer than I like to be. So from here on out, we're gonna tab over to it instead of waiting like we had been in the past, because it's just, you kind of kickstart it to get that turn. So now it will go ahead and continue doing that little turn to put itself on the proper attitude control. We'll continue flying towards it. Also right now, we can go ahead and extend our tunnel and prepare for docking. This is kind of a bit of our own design right here. The real shuttle didn't use an extending tunnel per se. They would take their payload basically and lift it up with the Canadarm and then stick it on their docking port, which was in fact inside, and then dock basically the payload outside to that, or they would have to use a PMA, one of two extended PMAs on the space station itself in order to reach their docking port. We just put a hydraulic cylinder and extend our tunnel just because it's so much easier that way. But that would be a really tall engineering task to try and build a telescoping tunnel and solid docking adapter in order to do that. I'm sure Somebody probably could do it that in a way that would be like Omega safe, but NASA doesn't use that. I'm just going to point that out. That's our kind of thing right here. So go ahead and lock the tunnel, and we want to auto strut that to the heaviest, and then same thing up here with this. That's actually already at to the heaviest. Okay, so we're good to go here. Just make sure that we're absolutely certain that we are locked. That is really, really, really important. Okay, we're coming within 160 meters. RCS is on. Our docking mode is on. Yeah, we can go ahead and I think slow down just a little bit because the station has not yet got onto its proper attitude. So we don't want to be too close to it because it might want to try and turn at us. We don't want that to happen. So we're going to go ahead and kill our velocity right here and just get ready for the... Just wait for it to get onto its proper attitude. Close enough. Let's tab over to it, make sure it's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing. I see it moving, but since we had moved the the Zenith solar panel over to port 6, this thing should turn a whole hell of a lot faster than what we're used to. So kind of expected it to be on the marker and at least be getting its roll by now. Or at least be starting its roll. Nice shuttle just chilling over there. Alright, we are on the node, and it's starting to get its roll, so it won't be long now before we can actually get our approach and docking going down. We need to think exactly how we want to do this. I suppose if we dock to PMA2 here, the forward pressurized mating adapter, and we faced our payload bay to the starboard, then we can go ahead and get to that. This is where the install is going to take place, is right on to the on this docking adapter right there. Unless we want to remove, well, the payload is in the back now, so the auto strutting goofiness should not be part of this equation. We should be able to dock with it and detach our payload, the whole 9 yards. We have never had an issue so long as we install our payload to the aft docking port, not the forward one. Okay, starting to get proper attitude control over here. And it looks like the good old silhouette of the International Space Station that we're familiar with. Circa 2008, February-ish, 2008. Okay, it's close enough. It's finishing out its roll, and boy, it's being very gentle about it, which, you know, I'm cool with that. I've got no problem with it being gentle. But we can go ahead and start getting our approach now, so it's close enough. So, RCS on, docking mode on, and yeah, let's go ahead and get a little bit of aft thrust this way, a little bit of forward thrust like this. Boy, we really pushed back far, didn't we? Okay. Pushed back hard. RCS off. Let's go ahead and SAS to SAS, and we are go for control point change. And switch over to the docking adapter. And perfect. We can now set the target as the forward pressurized mating adapter. And we can use the smart SAS to turn parallel for us. And we'll get our own roll because there's always a little bit of we screwed up this the docking port and the VAB on the pressurized mating adapter. Maybe one day we'll just make a new one that's correct and launch it up with a mission that's got some room. Like, this would have been a perfect mission for doing something like that. So we had all kinds of room in the payload bay. So just to clean that up. But it's not on a 90 degree for us, so kind of a pain in the butt. Hey, Starchface, how's it going, man? Hello, hello?
G'day, cobber.
I beat you to it this time. Okay, let's go ahead and get a little bit of a roll. So we put our payload bay facing starboard relative to the forward portion of the space station. Right now it would be, the way that we're looking at it, it would appear to be the port side, but it's not. That's actually down is the direction that we're traveling, so or yeah, towards us, basically, is what I mean. Not down, but I think you guys get the idea. 318, yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so 318-ish, something like that, and we'll trim it out. Go ahead and force that roll for us keep us there, and we are past this. We need to turn on RCS and get back this way. We're also traveling away from it too. We need to... There we go. Come back. Haha, you forgot the exclamation mark. Haha. Get wrecked. Man, I cannot wait until we get that final solar panel. Oh my god, is that gonna be a glorious day. How many more missions until we get there? Actually, we have ISS assembly over here. It's not far away. We've got Dextry, which is a mission that we're going to cosmetically simulate experimental logistics module. What is this thing 18 kilometers out over there? Oh, it's a proton piece, huh? Really? Experimental, okay, JEM happens, and then JEM remote manipulator. So we've got, actually, oh my god, look at this, unreal. It's actually STS-119. It's kind of a trip, because we're on STS-122 right now. So, but in the chronologically, it hasn't happened yet. Doesn't happen until March of 2009. Yeah. So. But we are looking at, I believe, we've got 2 more shuttle missions to do, and then we get to bring out Starboard 6. Oh my god. We're so close, bros. So close. Almost there. Go ahead and kill the speed. Go in that direction. We need to, I don't know, I'm not happy with this roll. I want to get a couple more degrees. Let's try 317. Is that going to give us the right roll? A little bit more. Call it 316. All right, that looks pretty good. All right, bring it in. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, game. Let me select the damn thing, man. Dude, why let me select it, bruh. Bruh, please fine, I'll just aim camera at that, I don't care. Whoa, that was a little bit harsh. Fine controls, sure. rid of this ball. I don't need that trash in my road. We don't need the ohms controller anymore either. Go ahead and get rid of that. All right. Let's do it. Go. You are go for docking. What's Starburst 6? I have no idea. Oh, you mean Starboard. Starboard 6. That's that port right there. Starboard is in right versus port, which is left. You're just trolling me, I'm sure. Come on. Bring it down. Bruh, we're gonna bump. Back off, back off. Almost, dude. That was freaking close. Come on. Get over here. All right, let's go. And captured. Shnikes, that was a bit difficult. Woo! All right. Docking mode off. Fine controls off. Docking mode off. Staging off. And we are generating electricity. No, we are not. We are not generating electricity. We are actually spending electricity. Well, we will as soon as we get some sun. We'll be generating a hell of a lot of electricity. Cheers. Yeah, 3 missions away until we have our final large solar wing. That is going to be so weird. Alright, so welcome everybody to the International Space Station. February-ish 2008. Okay, and so our install today, what we've got going down is going to be, of course, removing this from our aft docking port, and we're going to float it on out. And it's actually going to need to spin around as well, which it would have done had we actually used the Canadarm or wanted to use the Canadarm on it. Actually, I see right now we probably could have used the Leonardo controller in order to accomplish this. But anyway, we're just going to float it on out, flip it around, and it gets docked right to that starboard side docking port right there, and that should be, and that's all there is to it. Of course, we need to go on an EVA first. We need to go on an EVA to float back here and remove the struts manually. It's a bit of immersive experience, and then I believe our Soyuz are already full of trash. That's generally one of the first things that we do when we get out here and we start going on EVA is load all of the ships up with trash. So if we wanted to, I mean, both of these are essentially ready to go home at this point, and we could do a little bit of crew juggling. Or we could send a few people, send a crew of 3 home on the Soyuz while the rest of the people stay on board, and then they do the install, and then some of the crew that flew up on this will come back on this, and so on and so on. I misheard. What's this about a nice glass of port? I've never even had port. I am never drinking a port. By the way, you're hilarious today. You're just knocking them out of the park. You're killing me. I would love at this point, I would love to move our crew at least out of the shuttle's cockpit and have them on the station proper. Unfortunately, as we have found time and time again, we won't be able to do that until we switch vessels and come back, which we can totally do right now, I suppose. I don't see any reason why we can't do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So normally what we do is we get our asteroid up here, and we just switch over to classic rock real quick, and then we can come back to our International Space Station, and then it will allow us to climb our astronauts up and out of the cockpit so that they can go and roam around chasing after all of the hot astronaut chicks. Astronaut. Here's a nice little project for us here, huh? Got a Gen 1 baby dragon here, along with our captured asteroid. Cool little asteroid here. Dude's hanging outside, drinking a beer. It's a cool little space station, little science place. I like it. It's neat. It's fun. Anyway, let's go back over to the ISS so we can actually do some work. Starch face is the Cosmic Briefs? Oh, Comic Reliefs. Okay. You can have that one. And the view count plummets.
Ignition sequence start.
Excalibur 8916. Thank you for that follow, bro. I gotta fix that notification. I don't know why it's all choppy like that. Never been. There's no reason it should be choppy like that. Okie dokie. Now, we should be able to climb some of these Kerbals up and out of the shuttle to go do great things on the space station now. Hooray. Time has been here a bunch of times. Haven't been keeping up on our log of our Kerbals. We have, if you type exclamation mark Kerbals in the chat, you'll get a list of our Kerbals and all of the things that they've done, accolades and whatnot, and we haven't been keeping up with it. We've done quite a few missions that we haven't gone in and actually added the things we've done to the Kerbals. It's just so much upkeep to do that. And it took us a long time to really flesh out that list in the first place, but man, it's just I wish there was an automated way to do it. It's just so much extra effort, but it is cool. Just I don't know if it's cool enough to keep up with it. Alright, so yeah, we got our astronauts are now on board the station, and what should we do? What do you want to do? Should we go on an EVA to remove some struts, or should we do a Soyuz re-entry? So we've got some garbage to burn up, or we could go. Well, What's your goal in the game right now? What are you doing? No, that's a good question. We just launched STS-122, which is this shuttle right here, and it's carrying the $2 billion module right here. This is the Columbus module, and it needs to get installed to the starboard one of Harmony, which is right here. So those are missions that we're currently into at the moment, but like I was saying, there's lots of things that we could do right now. We could do a re-entry because we've got these Soyuz that have the crew have been here. We could grab decide who's gonna go home. I think that's what we'll do right now. I kind of want to do a re-entry with the Soyuz. And then, yeah, kind of leave this crew to relax and chillax for a bit. So, they'd be here for a month or two. And And we could just choose a crew that's been here for a while and stick them on board a Soyuz or something. Bring them home and get rid of some garbage. Yeah, also, as Starchfest pointed out, if you don't already recognize what it is that we are actually working on here, this is the International Space Station circa 2008. So if I look at it like this, it may strike some neurons and memory of the classic silhouette shape. We've got one more panel here, which happens in 2 more missions. 2 more missions, and we'll finally get the iconic silhouette, the finished iconic silhouette of the International Space Station. It's going to be sweet. It's going to be sick. I am so stoked. I cannot wait to see that. Let's see here. Who should we get to go home on a Soyuz? Traven, yeah. And which Soyuz? Let's take the top one. Who else? Mobile? Pretty sure Mobile has been here for a while. Go ahead and get on board. Climb on board that Soyuz. You're going home. All right, and one more. And this one more needs to be a pilot. I don't think either one of those dudes were pilots. Mobile? Hold on. Or is it the other way? Oh, they're both scientists. Okay. So yeah, we need a pilot. I'm thinking Graven. Graven, are you in Unity or are you in Harmony? You must be in Harmony. Yeah, there you are. Okay, go ahead and get on board this Soyuz. This is your Soyuz. You own it now. You are the mission commander of that Soyuz. I don't know that I would say that we're nearly finished. We're not nearly finished. We're just near to the most iconic part, I suppose. Because there's a lot that happens after this. You know, after the Starboard 6 install, there's a whole hell of a lot that happens forward. A whole bunch of stuff happens forward, but it is certainly going to... It's my most anticipated moment in the life of the International Space Station, is finally putting the last solar wing on. But it has been a long road, that's for sure. Yeah. It's a long road. Lots of launches, lots of modules, lots of installs, a lot of work. Well, we've got our Soyuz. It's all loaded up, and that's what we have decided we were gonna do. The shuttle's gonna hang here for a bit, and we'll get into the install of the Columbus module. After a bit. So let's take a look at the phase. Where are we relative to the planet and all of that nonsense? So it's actually coming up on phase 2 right now, so we've got quite a bit of time that we would have to time accelerate or wait before we can go into some kind of departure pattern. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll get into the map now, and let's get rid of classic rock. We're done with that. Less crap on the screen, the better. And time accelerate over till phase 0. Okay, that's passing phase 2 right now. Okay, passing phase 3. And on to phase 0. Here we go. Close enough to phase 0. Go ahead and pulse out. Time acceleration, and this thing's upside down. Gotta wait for the station to get back onto its proper attitude control. Or its proper attitude, rather. Yeah, it's not going to be long. We're going to be able to actually launch, finally get to launch our dragons over here. That has been a long time coming. Holy cow. I was dreaming about launching dragons to the International Space Station long before we even started building the International Space Station. That was a long time ago. They've been sitting there. We've had the dragon for a really long time. They've just been cooling their heels. Don't have really much to do. So the dragon is pretty much designed for like the International Space Station. There's not a whole hell else that it really can do. Okay, there's the prograde markers at the bottom of our nav ball. And then once it gets on there, it'll rotate to get the horizon flat. And then we can go ahead and get an undocking of our Soyuz and a departure. I love flying that Soyuz. Those things are so solid. I mean, it's just a fantastic vehicle. Such a dream to fly. Damn, that thing's roll control is really good. You see how hard it lurched when it finally got onto the prograde marker and it was like, okay, initiate rolls. Like, ugh. It got into it immediately. Got really good roll control. And my mind is still fixated on that launch tower problem that we've been having, and the well, we'll just call it the auto strut problem. I've been talking about auto strut like pretty predominantly during most of our streams. So pretty sure everybody here is a tad bit aware of the issue going on with the auto strut that we've been facing, as we've been facing it for so long now. Man, whew. Just can't follow the logic. What is Kerbal Space Program thinking? Why? How can we solve it? Alright, anyway, we're on our proper attitude control now, and we can go ahead and disembark one of these Soyuz if we so please. Well, not one of them, but not just any one of them, clearly. Why would it do it? I'm going to obsess on this problem for just a moment. So here's a very interesting observation, and it may ultimately take us to the solution, but I don't know how or why or whatever. But here's the observation. Notice the shuttle. Okay, so we've got the two docking ports, right? If we connect the payload to the forward port, it incurs the same auto strut problem that we've been chasing and have chased and is now affecting our launch setup. However, if we hook it to the aft one, we can do all the stuff that would absolutely cause that problem, but it doesn't happen back here. It doesn't happen when we connect to the aft port. Why? Why? I mean, this is strut to the heaviest, sure, but the back one was too. Yeah, the back one is too as well. Not just... We got a Kerbal out here in the... all ready to go outside. Go on an EVA down there in the airlock. Yeah, that is really bizarre. Man, why? Why? How? I don't know. I need to fill up the eggnog. We're gonna take a quick break here. We're gonna fill up some eggnog, and when we come back, we're going to get into phase 0 of the re-entry sequence, or the re-entry pattern for the Soyuz, and we're gonna get a little Soyuz re-entry and recovery. So yeah, we're gonna just take a quick break here, fill up the eggnog, stretch our legs. And when we come back, we're going to get a Soyuz re-entry. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, my dudes. We are back. Okay, so we are going to do Soyuz reentry with this guy right on top. So, in order to do that, let's get ourselves the smart SAS up here, just in case it wants to try and go bonkers on us when we let go of this vessel. And let's take our camera. What is happening? Oh, okay. Aim the camera over here. Get a little bit intimate with this procedure. Structural fuselage, what? Oh, wait, that's right. Okay, the part I'm looking for is there. Okay, yep, we are full of trash, ready for burning. All our Kerbals are on board, ready to rock and roll. Okay, we are go for undocking. Hit it. Okay, SAS, smart SAS off. See, like I said. Okay, SAS to SAS. RCS, RCS on, docking mode on. Docking thrusters on, burners off. Thrusting, hold on, RCS off. Control from the forward portion. Alright, now we're ready. RCS on, thrusting aft. Alright, RCS off. Docking thrusters off, burners on. Okay, we are good. Let's take a look at our consumables real quick here. Okay, everything appears to be on the level. Alright, and we are ready for our retrograde attitude turn here. Okay, do it. Hit me. RCS on just a little bit to make these turn. Okay, and then shut it off. Very nice. All right. We're on the retrograde marker and we're ready for a departure burn. But before we do that, let's switch back to the space plane. No, to the International Space Station. What we want to do here is first off, should be 0 to control, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not 100%. Let's just go ahead and click on the Zvezda control module here. And we want to control from here on that. Control from here, boom. Okay, and then put this thing back to prograde, force to 0, so that it can gets back on the attitude control. And also, what I believe it probably renamed the vehicle. So let's take a look here and make sure. Let's see if we can't rename this. So it's called an ISS plane, which is that doesn't even make sense. Most of the time, it calls it the Soyuz, whatever Soyuz undocked. That's what it labels it as. But it changed it to a plane too. That's wrong. Anyway, so I'll change it back to the ISS and a station. Accept. There we go. Beautiful. All right, now this place is all groovy. Get back over here to our Soyuz, and we are go for a departure burn. SAS is the SAS right here. That's no good. I want that to retrograde. Okay. Departure burn, hit it. All right, departure burn complete. Now, let's go ahead and start plotting our re-entry corridor. So all we need to do here is change a periapsis. $80 kilometers. And plot that. Now, we want this for the next orbit. We don't want it burning it right now, like this second. So where are we? Okay, that's cool. That works. Go ahead and start turning to that node in preparation for the... Go ahead and, I believe, get rid of Smart SAS. I don't need that anymore. Yeah, go ahead and turn to the node and get ready for re-entry corridor A. And we say goodbye to the International Space Station for now. But of course, we will be back with an install and a couple EVAs, an uninstall. And we also need to launch, of course, another Soyuz up here to take this one's place so that we can continue loading more garbage off of it and all that stuff. All right, we are on the node. T-minus 30 minutes until re-entry corridor A burn. So I'll say one last time, goodbye to the International Space Station for now. Wave. We'll catch you later. All right, we are go for reentry corridor A. Hit me. Nice frame rate. Wish we had this frame rate on the station. Go ahead and prep the computer to go ahead and get ready for the reentry corridor B plot. All right, re-entry corridor A is complete. We need to plot re-entry corridor B and turn us to that node. Let's go in here and make sure it looks all copacetic. 80 to 80, that'll work. I wonder if there isn't some sort of capsule that we could use, that we could fit inside of here, to just basically, so like when we click on the overlay, that it would give us the effect that this is actually hollow, because like it is, like, you know, there's a tunnel all the way through that, and there's lots of storage area and whatnot in there. If we could do something to give us an overlay, that would help with that. Kind of unlike what we did here. We've got this, maybe another one, just another one of those maybe we'll do. You can clearly see that there's an opening through there. That would be cool. All right, we are on the node and we are ready for re-entry corridor B. Hit it. Hello, Serbia. Did we just fly over Serbia? You mean Kerbia? Sabria? What's Sabria? I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on. I can't read. I can't see shit. Not Serbia, Sabria. What's that? What is Sabria? Is it anything like Serbia? All right, re-entry corridor B is complete. We need to keep us on the retrograde node. That'll work for me. We just want to clean up our orbital time. Orbital information. 31:15:50. We need to cut that by almost 2 full seconds. So, docking mode on, RCS on, Verners off, Dockers on, and give us a little bit of forward thrust light. .0. Too far. Almost 1,000th. There we go. 31:14:04. RCS off. Fine controls off. And we are in the lane now. Excuse me. Time for the wheel. All our lives hang by a thread. Now we have a man waiting for sentence. You take your chances with the law. Justice is a roll of the dice, a flip of the coin, a turn of the wheel. Okay. All right. We are ready. And the Space Center is approaching phase 1 as we speak. Perfect timing. Actually, it had to be perfect timing as we designed it this way. If it wasn't perfect timing, it would have been completely wrong. Would have had to really screw things up. Ooh, this is actually looking pretty close. Okay, come out of time acceleration here. Are we there yet? Let's see. Maybe not, actually. Yeah, we still got a way. Yeah, I don't want to go one more click because we're so close. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Is that maneuver planner a mod? Yes, that is MechJeb. All right, we are approaching the phase now. Ooh, getting into it right there. Actually, where are we? It looks like about 70, 75 or 65. Call it 60, 68. Look like. Right about there, actually. 65. Okay, I'm cool with that. So, 65. All right, the wheel. We're done with the wheel. Go ahead and get rid of those protractors. And now we get to run an equation. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doo. Okay. Calculator. Alright, so p-value is less than, as it almost always is. I wonder if that's just luck, or if there's a... I mean, you would think there would be just as much chance to get it on the other side. Alright, anyway, 238 minus p. Just have 65, right? Okay, so equals px times time 5.20555 equals tx divided by 5 orbits plus our orbit equals y. Divide that by time. 34 minutes. Ow. Okay, so 34 minutes. 0.2352. 0.4352, did I say? 26.11. Okay, so 34 minutes, 26.11 seconds. Let's run that equation again. So I think I botched something there. 38 minus. Okay, px, yeah, times 5.20555 equals time divided by orbits plus our orbit equals y. Divide that by time. 34 minutes. 2352. 2352. 2352. Okay. That's 14.11 seconds. 14.11 seconds. So 34 minutes. Yeah, we had it wrong. 14.11 seconds. Okay, so we got two answers. We got to run it one more time to find out which one's right. Okay, so 238 minus p 26 times 5.20555 divided by 5 orbits. Okay, we had a piece of paper got in the way that time. Balls. One more time. One more time. 5 orbits plus our orbit 74 equals y divided by time. 34 minutes, 0.2352, 0.2352. 52 is, okay, 14.11. All right, so 34 minutes, 14.11 seconds. That's the correct answer. All right, so need to add a maneuver right here, and we need to burn to 34 minutes. 34 minutes, 14.11 seconds. 34 minutes, 14 seconds. Get on that node quick, because we're almost there. Okay. We are on the node and hit it. Phase corridor reentry correction burn A. Okay, now SAS to SAS, put us on that prograde marker, and let's clean this up. We're looking at 34:13:88, so it's not far off. Okay, so RCS on, docking mode on, fine controls on, and we're looking to get a little bit forward. 14, what did we say? 14.11. Okay, 14, we need one more. There we go. RCS off, fine controls off. And we want to stay in this orbit for 5 orbits. A little bit faster than that. One orbit. Two orbits. Three orbits, one more, and we can go ahead and plot. All right, 4 orbits now. We can go ahead and plot the return to the corridor. So circularize at that periapsis next orbit and take us to that node. Reentry corridor phase correction burn B. Okay, we're on the node. Hit me. And this is our 5th and final orbit. For the phase correction part of the pattern. Alright, now keep us on that node. And we need to be, we're off by almost 2 full seconds here. Docking mode on, RCS on. And we need a little bit of cleanup. I'm going the wrong way. We need to be going, yeah, like this. 3114. Okay. Fine controls. 04. There we go. 3114. Oop, we're off by 1,000. Oh, back it up. Okay. RCS off. Alright, we got it. 311404. Fine controls off, RCS off. And where are, okay, this is funny. We're actually called the ISS. That's really scary. Let's rename this vessel. We need to grab a pod to do this. Yeah, rename vessel. This is not the ISS. We're gonna call this Soyuz 5. Yeah, that kind of scared me. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what? So ISS down this low? Okay, so just to be sure, yeah, it's still up there, still okay. All right, so yeah, we need to look at the reentry. Give me the landing guidance predictions. Come on, game. Okay. Predictions, kill the landing guidance, don't need that. And how are we doing here? Alright, looks good. Remove all of the nodes and we go one more orbit. Okay, and alright, we still got one more orbit. On top of this, remove all of the nodes. Okay. Looks like we're a bit south. Let's get our correction burn up here. What is going on here? Oh, this thing's turning. Okay. Let's see what it's doing. 34 into that. A little bit more. Okay. Bit more north. Little bit more. Actually, a lot more. Okay, that should be good. Let's take a look at the track. Okay, we're just a tad bit too far north, but be gentle bringing it back south because a little bit goes a long way. Okay, now it's much easier to do if the red line shows up the way it's supposed to. A whole lot easier to judge where this thing's gonna go. But yeah, that'll do. That will do. So, 90 meters. Go ahead and turn to this this first node and prepare for the reentry trajectory correction burn. Yeah, just deorbited. We landed it. We landed the space station in one piece on the runway. We flew the solar wings in through reentry and aerobraked. All right, we are on the node. Go ahead and hit this correction burn here. We're definitely going to need an altitude correction burn with this correction burn being so heavy. Alright, correction burn. Remove all the nodes. And now, need a correction burn down here. What is the periapsis at? 70, huh? Well, we can work with that with a radial burn out there. Ooh, that's even better than last time. That's better than the last, yeah. That works for me. Go ahead and turn to that node and prepare for the altitude, re-entry altitude correction burn. 3.6 meters. Altitude, re-entry altitude. Correction burn. And the re-entry burn. Now, this needs to go, we're looking at 80 to 40. Bring it on down. 40, 43, 42, 41. Keep coming, keep coming. Keep it coming. A little more. Little more. Tiniest bit. Oh, we passed it. Okay. Alright, that looks good. Works for me. Now, splash down just off the coast. Right there. Alright, there's our re-entry burn. Okay, go ahead and turn to that node. While mission control mulls it over. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with that. And then we can clean it up after the fact, so. Alright, we are on the node. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, gonna go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing. Houston, you're go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing.
Hit it. It's all down to this. Re-entry burn. Okay, re-entry burn complete. Okay, yeah, I don't see any real corrections that we could or would want to make at this time. We may get one more correction after we separate, but we need to consult the flight manual before we go any further. Soyuz, alright, let's jump up to the top of that. Okay, so the orbiter separation is on 9. Another thing to remember during a Soyuz landing is that at 30 meters we need to pop the soft landing boosters. or we risk crumpling our pod. So bear that in mind. 30 meters. We'll count down. We'll have a 7-second countdown at 100 meters. That's basically how we want that to shake out. And okay, so re-entry, orbiter separation from the re-entry corridor, play the cow. That's actually not true anymore. SAS roll -90. Okay, so we can go ahead and get rid of this maneuver planner. We need to get smart SAS, and we'll probably, no doubt, want to be on the orbital horizon. And if we force our roll to, I believe we want to do this after we separate, actually. So we won't execute this just now, but yeah, we want to be at negative, I have in the flight plan -90, so we'll just, I don't know. After fires, splashdown, manually roll the periscope to the dorsal side. Okay, so the periscope's got to be on the ventral side going in. Soft landing boosters, 7-second countdown at 10 or at 100 meters. All right, so that's all fine and dandy. We want to be on that retrograde marker. I thought we were staying fixed to that. Get back on that marker. Alright, so I think we are go for orbiter separation at this point. Let's do it. Okay, that's key 9, yeah? Yes, it is. Alright, so we are go for orbiter separation. Hit it. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Okay, now at this point, this is where we get our final... Whoa, baby. Okay, yeah. Be damn sure that we are on this flight computer. I can't seem to select it. Come on. There we go. Yeah, we are off by a lot. Okay, so we need to make this correction pretty quick here. But we gotta wait for that to... It's probably out of the way, hopefully. Okay, so let's get a little bit of correction. Actually need quite a lot. Quite a lot, in fact. That's oh no. That's all the more correction fuel we have. Wow, I can't believe we got thrown off so hard. Holy cow. Well, we're going to be splashing down way off target now. Not sure how that went, how that happened. And we got thrown off really hard. Damn, dude. Yeah, something happened during orbiter separation and it botched us, dude. That sucks. Well, whatever, you know, we'll be landing over here in the Galapagos Islands somewhere. Not much choice in the matter at this point, so go ahead and force a roll to 90 and execute. Hello, that's not correct. That's utterly... Oh, forward, right. We want to be back. Derp. Okay, now it makes sense. And is it going to roll us properly? So it does get there. In the flight plans, we said, we said that this should be on the, which didn't make much sense to me, that the periscope be on the ventral side. So we'll go with this. We'll put the periscope on the dorsal side. That works for me. Whatever. All right, we're coming in. We're at 67 kilometers right now, and just about to pass the, we're crossing the channel. Damn, man. We're normally like, oh, so absolutely pinpoint accurate with these Soyuz re-entries, and to have it be off by that much, it's like, whoa! So much that our correction engines weren't even enough. That's certain death. You saved it. You mean? Yeah. Well, not true. If we'd have splashed down over here, we would be able. We'll still be able to get to it. I mean, it's just be a longer flight. This is still going to be kind of a long flight, but it's not that far away. I mean, honestly, it won't take us no time to get there. But yeah, if we'd have splashed down over here, then it would have been a really long flight, is all. Oh, when you're re-entering backwards. Oh, yes. Well, it wouldn't have let us do it. You see, the teardrop shape of the capsule is one of the beautiful things about the Soyuz design, and like the Apollo design as well, that the teardrop shape, it can only fall one way. Like aerodynamics would pretty much, but you'd be, you know, in real life you would be tumbling pretty hard at that point. Like, you want to come in, you don't want aerodynamics to right you. You want to be in your attitude control before you get there. But it would, if it didn't actually tumble you off so violent that it ripped the pod to pieces, which is actually in real life what would probably happen. In this case, it would have actually just flipped us over and would have been okay. Alright, we're coming over the bay now. What the hell are we so high right now? We're still... Yeah, that is whack, bro. What the hell? I wonder if the calculations of our landing prediction are actually accurate, or if they got skewed because the game misfed a number or something like that. Have they ever tested one backwards? No. Not to my knowledge. I mean, tested it in the wind tunnel, yes. Absolutely. That's why, no doubt. Numerous times. Target's in sight. And we are going way too fast. Alright, we're in plasma blackout.
Ignition sequence start.
Scared me. Art Grigo. Thank you for that follow, bro. Yeah, we're going too fast. No, it's staying dead put. Yeah, okay, we're totally gonna land exactly in those islands. Make no mistake, we overshot hard. It should not have happened. I blame the orbiter separation. Like, maybe when the forward or the aft portions of the orbiter, when they were See, the way that this separates is the remaining fuel gets vented, and that's what pushes the two pieces away from the forward and the back part, or the top of the bottom. The venting gas is what pushes us away. And maybe it calculated that the venting was pushing on us, and that's what threw off our trajectory. It'd have to have been on the top pushing us prograde. Whatever did it was pushing us prograde. We know that. Anyway, yeah. Coming in right as predicted. Yeah, steady as she goes. We can go ahead and get the staging up here. Actually, the chutes are green. So let's go ahead and do that. Pop the chutes. Alright. Kill the computer. And at least try and get a splashdown. We don't want to land on the rock if we can avoid it. Is this Bacon Island over here? Yeah. Alright. Bacon Island. Founded by a Kerbal who also missed their landing site and ended up over here in the islands. He decided to claim that island for himself, and everybody thinks he's a dick because of it. Just a little bit of lore for you guys. Alright, chute is opening up, and we've also got one last event that happens here. At 100 meters, we need to count down from 7 and pop the soft landing boosters when we hit 30 meters, lest we crumple our capsule on the splashdown. This is an actual thing that is on board the Soyuz capsules. They have a last, they call it the soft landing boosters, and it's kind of funny for the astronauts on board because there is nothing soft about it. It is quite violent. Does not look at all comfortable. Not like ours. Ours will be a gentle dip into the tub by comparison to the way the Soyuz looks when it hits the ground. You can claim this island too. Well, that's a long swim. I think Bacon Kerman, we swam for almost 10 full minutes to actually get over there from splashdown. And we dare not ask our pilot when they come to pick us up to, like, take us over there. Like, that's totally dickish. Alright, coming up here, we are at 200, almost 200 meters. Got one last event. And as is coming up, soft landing boosters in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it. Splashdown. All right. Engage the periscope. As soon as the game comes back, engage the periscope. I thought that was 6. 3? There it is. Engage the periscope. Awesome. GG. Alright, now we gotta pick them up. So let's get back to the... We need to get back to the Space Center now and go get ourselves a seaplane that we can fly out here. Pick these dudes up. Does the Soyuz actually have a periscope? It does. Yes, it does. Pretty trippy. You would think, with all of the concern with weight, that... Holy cow, dude, look at that Kerbal in our apparatus on the right-hand side there. Look at that. It's like, oh, look, oh, he's bouncing. Whoa! Is he gonna get it out? Holy cow! He almost made it. He's got the altitude. He just needs a little bit of a little trajectory bump to the right and might make it. Oh! Oh no, now he's doomed. He'll never get out now. Alright, so do we wanna? Probably not. Let's go ahead and just launch our plane, get over there and get these guys picked up. Bum bum. Let's pick an immersive sound for our plane. I believe plane 2, prop plane 2 was our good mix for our Sikorsky S-43, one of my favorite planes for doing this kind of stuff. What's the other prop plane sound like? Oh, that one's actually better. Yeah, I definitely like that one a lot better. Okay. Alright, so we're looking for a Sikorsky S-43. S for Sikorsky, not UH-60. Although that would be a lot of fun. It's like if we're in full flex mode, then we might do a recovery with the UH-60. It's hard though, man. Boy, that is hard. Fishing Kerbals out of the ocean with that is very difficult. Who's gonna go? Plane Girl. She's usually a pretty good choice. We'll get Plane Girl. And you know what? Bacon. We were just talking about him. He's gonna go. He's gonna co-pilot this mission. And we also need some recovery people that are just there to fill in some recovery seats. So how about okay, you can go over here. Okay, there we go. Sure. All right, let's go. We're still in civilized territory, not out in the sticks. Yeah, it's not that bad. I mean, but honestly, considering all of the preparations we took to get a proper trajectory, you know, we did the phase pattern, correction burn, corrected the altitude for re-entry, all of that. Being off this much is honestly just not acceptable. I mean, but then again, you know, how can you say it's not acceptable when it's the only option? We're in live mode, we have to take it. So, but yeah, that was crap. That was crap. It had to have been the separation. I mean, it had to have been. Kicked us forward. Okay. Now, we still got all of our launch equipment, so right now it should come as no surprise that the game's really laggy and frame rate's bad and whatnot. So we've got a bunch of stuff over here that's... But I'm not quite ready to pick that stuff up yet, as I wanted to take a look at it. This is the first time we've actually used our new launch equipment, so I wanted to come back and see it after the fact. Okay, torque up our engines, turn on our immersion. Nice. We may need to look at a flight plan because I don't remember how to turn on the electricity. 0. Okay, 0 is the cells. Alright, cool, and we're generating electricity, so we're good to go. This thing is the prop pitch control, which is essentially our throttle. Alright, all systems looking good. We are go for liftoff. You are cleared, actually I should say cleared for takeoff, right? Nice. Flyby of our equipment over there that we still have to come back and take a look at. Dude, that is sick. Oh my god. Okay, that is so immersive and sick. Okay, I believe, is this our, yeah, I believe that's our target. Hopefully we don't go flying out to the wrong Soyuz splashdown. Get out there and find that Kerbals have already been rescued and went to the wrong Soyuz. That would be bad. Welcome everybody in chat to this Sikorsky S-43 flight out to recover the crew of our Soyuz 5. Our round trip time today will be something like, I don't know, 14, 20 minutes maybe. We're gonna dip into the drink real quick. We're gonna pull up right next to the Soyuz. We're gonna get our Soyuz guys. They're gonna jump off. They're gonna swim on over and board, and we're gonna climb up on out of the ocean. Fly these guys on back and recover them immersive style. Not to mention, since Gunter's van is out, after we're touched down with this and landed, we can drive Gunter's van over to take the immersion even one step further, pick these guys back up with Gunter's van, and drive them from the airport to the astronaut complex, where we can finally recover the vessel as it used the recover vessel button. If that is not in-game Kerbal Space Program, I don't know what is. We do have at least one thing going for us in this re-entry, is that luckily it's daytime. If we can get over to them in time to pick them up during the daylight, that will really help us a lot. Because finding splashdown capsules in the ocean at night is actually quite difficult, or can be. Yeah, this plane is cool. We decided to make this plane when looking up kind of trivia about Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes owned one of these. He actually owned several seaplanes, but this one specifically was quite special to Howard because he had some friends, and they were going to fly to this lake to go fishing, which is like, you can't deny that this is absolutely like the Omega fisherman's vehicle right here. You can go fishing anywhere in the world with this sucker. Just right out of the cockpit. So it's really terrific for that kind of thing. So he had some buddies, and they all loaded up in this thing, and they were gonna go fly to this lake. And one big danger, the biggest danger of this vehicle, is because of the props are mounted high so that they don't touch the water. Right, you can be in the water and you can get out. However, the big problem with that is that the thrust from this thing is like this. It's on the top of the vehicle, so you get this pulling forward and down motion out of this. So it's very dangerous if you accidentally stall when you come in for a landing and you stall. The very first thing that a pilot does when they feel that the plane is stalling is they jam on the throttle, and that's not what you want to do in this vehicle, because the more that you jam on the throttle, the harder it's going to dip your nose forward and down. So it's like this, you don't want to stall this plane, and so that's effectively what happened. They come in and stalled, and as every pilot would do, they try and gain some speed to get the hell out of the stall, and in doing that, yanks the plane even further down, increases the problem, and they crashed. And I believe 2 people died during that crash. And Howard Hughes, of course, he walked away, and but he spent $100,000, which was like 5 times the value of the plane, in order to have a recovery crew go to the lake and actually bring this thing up off of the lake bed. And he had it completely refurbished back to its 100% working order. I'm pretty sure he never flew it again, but yeah, he did that out of I guess respect for his buddies that had died in the wreck of it or whatever. I'm not sure exactly, but he spent an absorbent amount of money repairing that wreck. Another one of those just bizarre things that Howard Hughes had done. A very, very awkward person. But he had the money, so he could be eccentric. Yeah, a little bit of sad history, I guess one could say. This Sikorsky S-43 in that respect. All right, we're coming into render distance of our Soyuz capsule now. Let's go ahead and bring back the throttle on this and come in for a landing. Or a watering. A watering? Really? Give some more throttle. We've gone too far. We need to bring it back around. Now, oops. What did I just say? Do not stall this vehicle. Do not do it. Be careful, bruh. Be careful. Okay, get a little bit of that rudder action going on. We keep the speed high so that we can get a nice good turn, and then we'll set it down. Okay, we're 70. All right, go ahead and bring it back. 70, 80. All right, go ahead and bring it back. All right, we're go for splashdown. All right, we're down. Oh, watering. Jesus. Shut up. Here. Okay, there's our little periscope sticking up out of the water. Try and creep up as close as we can without getting too dangerous. Okay, 3 meters a second. Yeah, okay, cool. Keep it coming. Almost there. All right, here we are. Turn the lights on over here. Yeah, it's a good thing. Definitely very good thing that we're able to get over here before nightfall. Okay, so let's. Oh no, are you kidding me? We came to the wrong... what was I saying? I can't believe it. We went to the wrong one. There's too many Soyuz out here. Oh, no. The one we're looking for... That's interesting. It actually says... Oh, no, that's on the other side of the planet. Okay, what we're looking for here... Dude. This is where we... Oh, no. That's where we need to go. Alright, well. You fool. You fool. Alright, go ahead and kill the throttle. We need to move our fuel back so we can take off. Derp, 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 derp. Hopefully we can get the hell over there before nightfall. Alright, our fuel's back. Alright. we are out. Transfer our fuel back. Okay. Kill those, and then we can turn on our throttle control. Alright, groovy. Now, turn around. We need to go back. That's where we need to go. 14 freaking kilometers away, man. It's alright. We got plenty of fuel. Like, that's certainly not a problem. I just... Duh. It's a pretty sweet plane. You got to be very aware of that stalling condition with this vehicle. Don't worry, Kerbals, we're on our way. We're only 6 kilometers away. We're coming. Oh, snap. Chronic Offender has donated 5 spot. Hell yeah, dude. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll trim back our throttles. We're coming in here. We're in render distance already, so yeah, go ahead and trim that back. Let's go ahead and bring it in. Okay, go ahead and get the throttle back up. We're going to turn it around. Okay, careful. We're in the 60s. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's get a bit of a dip here. Come on, baby. All right. Let's cut the throttle a little bit. 70 meters a second. Okay, cut it further. All right, we're coming in. Yeah, this rig sure is a lot of fun to fly. Knock, knock. Is there anybody in there? Did we come to the right one this time? Alright, here we are. You guys better be in there this time. There they are. Alright, transfer him on up. Out you go. Hooray! Alright, Mobile, up and out. I thought Mobile was a girl. Okay. And our final Kerbal up and out. Now what we need is some kind of rig that we don't need to get our Kerbals wet. Right? That the like an arm extends and a red carpet rolls out. Waiters come out with champagne. Alright. There's our Kerbals. They've been rescued. Hooray. And we still made it over before sundown. Very nice. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. I like. Okay, so we need to, we can go ahead and actually bring this all the way up. We need to kill that so that we can transfer the fuel aft. We want these pinned because we want to be able to transfer it forward again after we become airborne. Now what this essentially is doing, since we're moving our fuel from this tank here, the main fuselage back here, it's essentially moving the, you can kind of think of it as moving the wings way far forward. We get way more, lift, it seems. I don't know if lift is the best way to explain it, but it's they react more like canards than they do wings, and that's really good for getting that little bit of oomph to pull us out of the drink. Without it, it's pretty much impossible to get out of the ocean. So I would guess actual seaplanes do something very similar to this, that they would have to transfer their weight back on liftoff and then, or on takeoff, and then forward again, just like we do it. Would certainly help if that's, I don't know. Anyway, we are ready for liftoff here. Got our Kerbals on board, and let's do it. Hit it. All right, we can go ahead and start pitching back. A little bit too much there. All right. And out we go. Now we transfer the fuel forward again to give us nice stable flight. And there you go. Bring our throttle back on. And we're going home. What is all this? What is that? That doesn't look familiar. Is that the mountains? That's got to be the mountains behind everything. I swear that doesn't look familiar to me at all. I guess when we get over this bit of horizon here, it'll probably all make sense. It better, otherwise we're not playing Kerbal Space Program anymore. Somebody changed the map. Which I doubt. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, I get it now. Why does it keep putting us on target? I don't want target. I want surface. Thank you. That goes straight to the Froza Fund and cigars. Yeah, it's buys us lunch. Hell yeah, man. Gets us a burger. I believe, actually, that is our very first cash dono ever. We've been hit with bits and so on, but that's actually a 5-spot. Boom. Cash dono. Very first of the channel. A channel first. We are breaking new ground today. Hell yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, I hope everybody's having a good holiday season, whether or not you celebrate the holidays or hide under a rock. Personally, I'm having a fantastic time this year. now it looks familiar. That's really something. You know how like the map doesn't actually render all of the polygons of a terrain at far distance. It just kind of very roughly draws it out. So to look at the horizon in Kerbal Space Program and not recognize it, it's kind of like, ding, you know, like whoa. Because I've played this game for so long. And even my mama thinks that my mom is gone. Okay, and here's one last little thing to remember before we get into final approach with this vehicle, which I would also, you know, assume goes for all prop vehicles at this time until we can figure out if there's any way to fix it. But the brakes, even if you go in here to your engine and it says brake and we take it all the way to 0, that don't mean nothing. It don't mean jack. It don't mean a damn thing. Because if we click on the brakes, guess what? It will stop those, which is crap. All I want it to do is brake the brakes, but it won't do that. So we just got to remember to do that, because if we our normal pattern is we go, okay, gear down, brakes on, lights on. And if we do that, then we'll almost certainly stall really, really hard and crash. And that would be a damn shame. Okay, get a little bitty bank here to the port side, just get a little bit of rudder into that too. A few things here as we lose a little bit of altitude and get ourselves oriented with the runway. 94 meters a second. We can go ahead and bring back our throttle just a little bit. Looking good. All right, gear down. And throttle. There's our heart stopper. Okay, it was a pretty violent heart stopper. There's a second one because that's Gunter's van. Oh, actually, there'll be Gunter's van, the tower, and the pad. So we're gonna get several. Okay, hopefully it's not too bad that it really losses up this landing. Okay, 60 meters a second should be good. Coming in now for final. Gentle touchdown. Let's taxi this thing right on over to the spaceplane hangar. Nasty little terrain seam right there. Alright, there it is. And we go ahead and shut down the immersion track. And there we are. Landed. And returned. But we're not done yet. We still got a little bit more to go. Okay, so, driving. Crap, we'll have to switch. I hope back is right. Okay, cool. And mobile. And there's our 3 astronauts that we just recovered from the International Space Station. And right here they will hang for just a moment. We switch over to the Astrovan. To go and pick them up. And while we're over here, we can actually take a look at the remains of our launch system. So here's the pad. It takes a fair beating. Yeah, that's quite obvious. But all things considered, it's not too bad, you know? This back part's... This is a little bit... I mean, dang, back here really took a hell of a hit. Might do something about that. In fact, we got a little craking going on over here. But yeah, the launch pad itself undergoes quite a bit of stress, but our launch tower itself, the tower is in good stead. We're rolling here, bro. There. Yeah. It's got character, man. It really does. Look at this thing. I mean, that's one used launch pad, man. I love it. That's great. You know what would be even better? If it turned black from the soot. Now that would be just Absolutely awesome. The only way we could do that is if we put like heat shields or whatever, and it certainly wouldn't undergo that much heat. It goes under it's under a lot of stress, but not a lot of heat. So yeah, that wouldn't work. But that would be sick if this, like, the whole backside here was just like all covered with soot, and the other side was, you could see it gradient out back to the white. That would be awesome. Absolutely freaking cool. Yeah. See it down here, still kind of kicking. It's like an insect that just got stepped on, you know? It's like it's still kind of twitching. That's great. I love it. So good. All right, anyway, back to the mission. We got to get back down here to Gunter's van. Do we want to grab Gunter? Why not? Why not? He's up here. Does he have a parachute? Because he'll go base jumping if he does. Yeah, pretty sure you're in here. Yep, there you are. You have a parachute on? Because if so... Oh, you do! Gunter's gonna do something very dangerous. For a security officer, it's not exactly the, He's making sure nobody's looking around. Okay. Nice. Yes! Flying Gunter! Whee! Wow, yeah! Oh, look at that! He's the first Kerbal I've ever parachuted that didn't actually fall flat on their face. He actually landed on his feet, bumped, and he didn't fall over. I can't believe it. Of all the Kerbals that could actually do it without looking like a fool, old security chief Gunter is the one. Alright, we're gonna act like we didn't actually see him do that. No reports are gonna be filed about said base jumping. That was awesome. Cool, yeah. Very immersive. Oh my god. Wow. That is so freaking fulfilling. Very, very good stuff. Planes, trains, and automobiles. In fact, that's the only thing we don't have. And I would do it. I've joked about it before, building a monorail. I mean, I would do it if it wasn't so absurd in Kerbal Space Program physics to try and pull off something like that. That would be pretty awesome, but I mean, yeah. I already know how it would shake out. And it's not pretty. You closed in the launch clamps? Not just, right? Like, wasn't just about doing that. It was about, you know, building an elevated launch pad. But yeah, doesn't it look great? I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of the new changes. They're really good. Especially like the fact that the drive that we have to take is so much more scenic. I mean, we go all the way around, and then on the way back we get to see it all the way back around. I mean, that is absolutely fantastic. It really does at least a little bit of justice to the launch equipment that's actually required, or was actually required for a shuttle launch. I mean, dude, there is a bunch of stuff. $10 billion, or $2 billion worth of it, actually. Alright, here we are. Is back gonna get us what we need? I don't think so. Forward is gonna... Okay, cool. That'll get us the Sikorsky, and then forward. Alright, cool. And mobile Kerman. Alright, everybody's on board. Off we go to check them out to make sure they don't have space aids. Past the Mark 1 monument. I never actually got to use the Mark 1 pod, I'm not gonna lie. I think I started playing just like one update after they got rid of it. In other words, I'm pretty much just a noob. Total noob. And here we are, from International Space Station to ocean to landing strip to the astronaut complex. Hell yeah. Yeah, man. That is really good stuff. Very fulfilling to bring a mission all the way to its true conclusion. And not just picking stuff up willy-nilly. Makes me sad. Makes me sad to see people do that. But this was a lot of fun. It was a hell of a lot of fun. Good mission. We actually still got our mission yet to do. I mean, we launched our equipment and we need to do the install. So we still got our payload to do the install. And then, of course, with the Soyuz recovery here, we'll need to launch another Soyuz up there. I figure we'll probably not launch another Soyuz until we do the recovery and do the re-entry with the shuttle. So we'll do the install. Well, we have a few EVAs first, actually. That's right. So we have an EVA to do some uninstall. We need to unstrap the module, the Columbus module from the payload bay, and then do the install for that. And then we can do a re-entry for the shuttle, and then after that we can get a shuttle launch to resupply the ISS after all of that. So that right there should be a full mission if we're able to actually pull all of that off in one mission. But we're going to go ahead and call it for this evening. We had a pretty good mission today, a lot of progress, had a lot of fun. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and host up another Kerbal player. We're going to drop in on Dunbaratu and say hi. If you guys don't know him, he's another Kerbal player. Encourage everybody to click the follow button when we go on over there, and I also encourage everybody to scroll on down, find the links to our Twitter and YouTube channels. Give us a subscribe and a follow over there. We appreciate that. It's been a really good day. And yeah, we will be back definitely next time with some more Kerbal Space Program when we get into the install, the re-entry, and another Soyuz launch. So I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. Appreciate the dono, the bits, the follows. You guys are awesome, and hope to catch up with you guys for more Kerbal Space Program next time. Until then, you guys have a Merry Christmas, and remember to stay cool. Have a good night, guys.